As the mayor of the town of Clayton, I'd like to call this town council regular meeting to order. Tonight, we are honored to have Boy Scout Troop 24 with us this evening to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So I ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation.
Scout salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, we pause to give you thanks for the many blessings of this day. And we ask, Lord, now that you be with us as we proceed with the business for the town of Clayton. For it's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Do we have any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, sir. Under closed session items 13, we'd like to add a reference to the legal as well as personnel closed session statute.
Okay, I have those noted. Any others? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
Motion.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign, and motion carries. Up next is your consent agenda.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries. Up next, under administrative items, will be the Clayton For You series.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Tonight is our pleasure to bring you 2 episodes of Clayton For You, as we did not have our first meeting in July. The first one is on the town of Clayton's history. And we thought it would be a good time for that while over Independence Day when we were celebrating America's 250th. Thought it might be a good time to talk about Clayton's history as well. And then our second will be a breaking news edition of the newly renovated Hocutt Ellington Memorial Library.
Today on Clayton For You, we're turning back the clock to explore how Clayton grew from a small railroad stop to the community we know today.
Clayton's story begins with Johnson County, which was formed out of Craven County in 1746, but the community we now know as Clayton really began to take shape in the mid-1800s, when the North Carolina Railroad was completed through the area in 1856. At first, this growing railroad stop was known as Stalling Station. The railroad connected local farmers, merchants, and families to larger markets, helping the community grow from a rural crossroads into a center of commerce. Clayton also holds a unique place in Civil War history. On April 12, 1865, a flag of truce passed through the community as Union and Confederate leaders moved toward negotiations near the end of the war. Just 4 years later, on April 12, 1869, the town of Clayton was officially incorporated. Over the next several decades, Clayton continued to grow. A cotton mill opened in 1900, water and sewer service arrived in 1912, and electric lights came on in 1913. Downtown became the heart of the community, with banks, shops, schools, churches, movie theaters, and town hall helping shape daily life. Then, with the completion of I-40 from Raleigh to Benson in 1988, the town saw major residential and commercial growth. Well, that brings us all the way to today.
Clayton's history is still visible all around us, throughout the historic district that's listed on the National Register of Historic Places. From Stalling Station to today, Clayton's history is one of opportunity, connection, and community. We're interrupting your scroll for some breaking news. The Hocutt Ellington Memorial Library is back open, and if you haven't seen it yet, you're going to want to. Let's head inside. Oh, hey Mel, what's happening at the library?
Following its recent grand opening, the library is welcoming visitors with updated spaces designed for how our community reads, learns, and connects today. From refreshed reading areas to improved technology and flexible gathering spaces, there's something here for everyone. Whether you're looking for a quiet place to work, a new favorite book, or programs for all ages, this space was designed with you in mind. Do you want a tour?
And here's something you may not know. Any Johnson County resident can get a library card for free. So if you haven't checked it out, you should stop by and see the Hoka Ellington Memorial Library's next chapter for yourself.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. Thank you. Up next, under introduction and special presentations, will be the National Intern Day Proclamation. Town of Clayton National Intern Day Proclamation. Whereas National Intern Day is a day of recognition and appreciation for interns who contribute their time, energy, and talent to gain meaningful experience in the workplace and support the missions of the organizations they serve. And whereas internships provide invaluable learning opportunities for students and emerging professionals, helping them develop practical skills, explore career paths, and gain insight into public service and civic engagement. And whereas the Town of Clayton is proud to host interns who demonstrate enthusiasm, professionalism, and a strong commitment to learning and serving the community. And whereas the interns across the nation are making a positive impact on government, nonprofit, businesses, education, and other sectors while also building the future workforce. And whereas on the last Thursday in July, National Intern Day is celebrated across the country by millions of students, higher education institutions, employers, and other organizations. And whereas in recognition of National Intern Day, the Town of Clayton is committed to elevating awareness, advancing meaningful and diverse work-based learning opportunities, and acknowledging those involved in internships, students, education institutions, and employers. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Clayton Town Council, we hereby proclaim July 30th, 2026 as National Intern Day, proclaimed by the Clayton Town Council this 20th day of July in 2026. And if my interns are here, would please join me down front and let's get a picture. And could we have a nice round of applause for our interns? Next on the agenda will be public hearings. The first one is 2025-041 CZM Arbors at East Village Phase 2, Type 3 conditional rezoning.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Haley Downey, Assistant Planning Director with the Town of Clayton. And tonight before you, I have the Arbors at East Village Phase 2 Conditional Rezoning 2025-41-CZM. This request is a Type 3 conditional rezoning to rezone the subject parcels from Planned Development Residential PDR to Conditional Zoning Residential CZR. The properties comprise of about 4 acres, and they are located north of East Front Street, just south of the existing Arbors apartment complex, and are currently wooded and undeveloped. This is a slide showing the image of the public hearing signs posted. There were 3 signs posted. We also posted a legal ad in the newspaper and sent adjacent property notices within 300 feet of the subject parcels. And this is the current zoning map compared to the proposed zoning map. You can see the light pink color in that first map is the planned development residential zoning category, which is consistent with East Village Walk and the arbors just to the north. And then this parcel is being proposed for that CZR designation, which is that green color. And before I get into the concept plan, just to give you a brief history of the site, it was originally included in the East Village Master Plan in 2012. It was then rezoned in 2015 to PDR from B2, which was the UDC's neighborhood business zoning category. In 2015, when it was rezoned, it was also approved with a master plan that ran with the rezoning and is still in place today. So they are entitled to develop in accordance with this plan. They did propose 3 multifamily apartment buildings with a total of 72 units, and that would have been a similar design to what you see at the arbors. The applicant is proposing the concept plan shown before you, since this is a type 3 rezoning. This concept plan, if approved, would run with the land. They are proposing 45 multifamily units. They are designed to look like townhomes, but they are considered multifamily by the definition in the UDO since they are on one lot and not subdivided. They are proposing 2 access points off of Bent Branch Loop, and they have a private internal roadway network. They do provide guest overflow parking as well as parking for the mail kiosk area, and then resident parking in the garages and driveways. Along East Front Street, they are proposing a streetscape buffer as well as along Bent Branch Loop. And you can see to the south, they have a connection, pedestrian connection from the sidewalks to the greenway on Front Street. In terms of consistency and compatibility, the parcels are designated as downtown support, and that does envision small-scale retail, office, and also a large variety of residential unit types. That also envisions up to 25 units per acre. The applicant's proposal for multifamily is consistent with the future land use map, and they are proposing 12 units per acre. And I'm going to now go through the conditions of approval and hit the highlights as I go through. The first 7 conditions on this slide are standard conditions that we apply to all conditional rezoning requests. Conditions number 8 through 11 all pertain to driveways. These conditions outline allowing driveways to count towards minimum parking requirements for multifamily. They also outline allowing garages to count towards parking requirements and restricting those garages to only be used for parking, so they cannot be used for storage. They also touch on the size of the driveways and then the percentage that the width of the driveway can be for the front facade of the elevations. Condition number 12 speaks to the gathering space. It does require 50% gathering space within the required open space, and it does touch on that gazebo as well as requiring benches, tables, or other seating areas. Conditions number 13 and 14 speak to cross-access agreements with the Arbors complex for trash collection, site access, and amenities, and also for a recombination requirement of the properties included in this request. And then condition number 15 speaks to sustainability incentives for EV charging stations. In condition number 16, the applicant has put in that they will be submitting an alternative landscape plan when they submit for site plan and construction drawing, and it outlines specific vegetation and where it will be utilized. And then conditions 17 through 19 speak to sustainable development incentives for Energy Star appliances, smart home door locks, and internet service. Condition number 20 was added since the first council meeting that came before you for this project to outline an enhanced architectural elevations that they'll be providing. It does outline the minimum of 4 variation elements will be required. It also outlines that buildings E, F, and G will be designed in accordance with the design standards. And then the buildings that are fronting along Front Street and Branch Loop will have enhanced elevations for those facades. Condition number 21 outlines the requirement for a sign easement to be granted to the town of Clayton, since this is a gateway into our downtown area. And then condition number 22 is just outlining the effective date of the UDO that this was reviewed under, which was the December 16th, 2024 UDO. Planning Board did hear this item in March, and they did make a recommendation of approval with conditions. Some comments made during that public meeting included the number of dedicated guest spaces, private street network, wetland questions, and also buffer screening along Front Street, which the applicant has now revised. And then staff is recommending approval with conditions consistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Growth Plan. And this is motion number 1 in your packets. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant's here as well to speak on the project.
Any questions or comments for staff? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Evening, Thomas Saft here to speak on behalf of the applicant. One quick note, Will Malpass is our intern. He was not invited up to get a picture of the rest of you guys, so I have to embarrass him a little bit. Wonderful kid, young man, that's been with us this summer. We're big believers in the internship program. He's one of 3. They learned everything from rezonings to driving a 45-foot box truck. So
Nice.
That's a big part of what we do here. I don't have a whole lot to say about this. I've spoken with most of you guys one-on-one or in previous council meetings. We have spent a lot of time making sure that we're addressing any of the concerns of council and staff. I think we've presented a really compelling project here. It's a down densification, for lack of a better description, which ultimately we think is inures to the benefit of the town of Clayton. And, happy to answer any questions. Again, they've added some additional conditions related to architectural enhancements, landscape enhancements, deed restrictions, lots of things that we're prepared to work with you guys on, including spending money, our money out of pocket to provide a sign easement for the town of Clayton. So, hopefully this is sort of the final leg of this. We're really excited about this project. It does serve a missing middle that you heard me wax idiotic or poetic about a couple of months ago. And, happy to answer any questions we have, but we have no opposition to any of the conditions that have been set forward at this point, and just excited to see this project hopefully move forward.
Awesome. Any questions or comments for? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
This has been noted as a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this topic, please step forward and state your name for the record.
David Stamp, 465 Rolling Meadows Drive. Just a comment on the parking situation. I think requiring residents to use the garage for parking is a mistake. This might be something to where you have a lot of people coming in who might be first-time home buyers. I assume these are slab foundations, which means there's no basement for storage. If they have to get outside storage, myself, I have a small storage unit. It's $105 a month. Times 12, do the math. You're talking people adding a cost of $1,200 a year or more to the cost of home ownership just because of that requirement. I think making that a requirement can be a mistake.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, no one else wishing to speak on this matter. I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to council for discussion.
I'll make a comment. So for people here tonight, we heard this project a while back, and there were some concerns and some questions. So the applicant did come back. They did modify the project. I think they did a pretty good job. it's more residential in the community. Some people like that and appreciate that. Some people don't. But for me, you talk about 72 units, apartment complex or this. I'd much rather see this than the other. And I do appreciate some of the modifications that the applicant made for this. So I have no objection of this project.
Thank you, sir.
My microphone's not working for whatever reason. I got this. This is better. I just wanted to thank the developer for listening. I do appreciate the time you took to go back more than one time to revisit this project and really listen and tune in to what council was saying and what their wishes were. And I think you've come back with a much more amenable project from the looks, from the aesthetics, from the density. I'm really pleased with how this turned out, and I want to thank you for taking the time to invest in us and this project. I'm in favor of this project as well.
Thank you. Any others? Ms. Arch?
I would echo what has been said already by the other council, and then just again reiterating that we have already heard this project at the planning board and then at a previous council meeting. And so it really took some negotiation, and I'm happy with where it landed as well. So, and if there are no other comments, I'm happy to make the motion. At this time, I would like to make a motion, to approve adopt ordinance 2026-04-01 along with the consistency statement, which I can read into the record. And that would be approval of the Arbors at East Village Phase 2 based on consistency with the adopted 2045 Comprehensive Growth Plan. In that, policy LU 1.1 seeks to encourage quality development through the implementation of the plans and regulations adopted by the Town Council. Policy LU 1.2 encourages developments to incorporate high-quality design and enhance the quality of life for existing and future residents. Policy LU 1.6 seeks to promote development in areas programmed to mitigate adverse impacts. Policy LU 3.1 seeks to promote a range of housing types. Policy DT 1.4 seeks to promote increased residential activity in downtown. Policy DT 3.2 seeks to improve pedestrian and vehicular wayfinding signage into downtown. This action is reasonable and in the public interest in that the request is overall consistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Growth Plan, adding to the housing supply and introducing a new housing option to the surrounding area.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second? We have a motion and a second for the adoption of ordinance 2026-04-01 and the consistency statement. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. I'm really excited about the aesthetics. Yeah. All right, up next on the agenda, the next public hearing is 2026-017, ANX Stoughton Crossing Continuous Annexation Petition, in addition to the 2026-16 CZM Type 3 Conditional Rezoning.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of council. Haley Downey, Assistant Planning Director with the town. So tonight before you do have the Stoughton Crossings annexation and conditional rezoning, which I will present together. And then at the end, we will have you make two separate motions, one for the annexation first, and then the conditional zoning following that. So this request is for contiguous annexation and rezoning of the subject parcels, which are currently zoned residential 30 Wake County zoning to CZI conditional zoning industrial Town of Clayton. The two parcels are just over 44 acres in total size, and they are located outside of the town's ETJ and corporate limits along Guy Road, just south of Golden Nugget Road, and they are currently vacant and undeveloped. This slide shows the public hearing sign that was placed along Guy Road. We have also noticed in the newspaper a legal ad for this public hearing for both the annexation and the rezoning, and have notified adjacent property owners. So first, for the annexation, this slide shows a map which shows our current town limits in yellow and the proposed subject properties for annexation outlined in blue. These are contiguous annexation requests since they are right across Guy Road, and right-of-way does not count in this instance towards determining if it is contiguous or not. The annexation petition was submitted in accordance with General Statutes 160A31, which outlines contiguous annexation standards. This is the proposed zoning map compared to the current zoning map. Again, in yellow, it is zoned residential 30, and they are proposing that CZI designation here. And it is worth noting further north on Guy Road, going towards Highway 70, is currently zoned industrial. It's a Gardner designation, but there is other industrial zoning in this vicinity. In terms of consistency and compatibility, the request is inconsistent with the future land use map because it simply is not designated on our future land use map. Since it's not in our jurisdiction, it is currently undesignated, which leads to the inconsistency determination. That said, with the current development pattern to the north on Guy Road, we do feel it is consistent with that development pattern that's occurring, and also with the future completion of 540, it would be an appropriate area for an employment center designation. If the rezoning were approved, we would recommend that the employment center designation be applied to the property for the site. And this is the proposed concept plan. It is a type 3 conditional zoning, which means that this concept plan will run with the land if approved. They are proposing 2 entrances into the development, which are shown by the yellow stars on the map. They are also proposing turn lanes along Guy Road, which were required as part of their traffic impact analysis by DOT. The pink area depicts where the development would actually occur. And then there are a variety of hatchings and different shades of green depicting the different perimeter buffers. So to the north and to the west, they are proposing an 80-foot landscape buffer. This was increased from 40 feet, which they proposed at planning board, and they have now modified it to be 80 feet. That is along the existing residential to the north and west. They're proposing a 40-foot buffer in all other areas, and the hatching on the southern portion, let's see if I can point. Okay, well, the hatching on the southern portion, they are proposing an alternative 40-foot buffer to limit the impacts on the solar farm to the south. They are going to be serviced by water and sewer. There is existing water lines, Johnston County lines on Guy Road that the Town of Clayton has an agreement with, and then the applicant is going to be responsible for the extension of sewer from the Walmart pump station. They're proposing 2 stormwater ponds, one at the entrance of the site and one in the southwestern corner. And there is a Piedmont natural gas easement running through the parcel. They are not proposing development within that easement. These are the buffer details, which are included as a part of their concept plan and will run with the land. This shows the 40-foot buffer as well as that enhanced 80-foot buffer that they are proposing. On June 22nd, the applicant brought this application forward to planning board during a public meeting. The planning board ultimately recommended denial on the project 5-3. And since that meeting, the applicant has submitted several revisions to their conditions and concept plan that I will go over in just a moment. On the following slides, the conditions that have been modified since the planning board are shown in purple. And one thing that you will note when going through the conditions is the one pertaining to mass grading has been removed. The applicant is no longer requesting exemption from mass grading standards. So the first 7 conditions are our standard conditions. Condition number 10 was added to speak to the use of data centers. That came up as a topic at planning board with concern that a data center may locate on the property. So the applicant has put forth the language in condition number 10 to prohibit that use. Condition number 11 was added by staff after the planning board meeting, and that was to formally outline that the applicant will be responsible for that sewer extension. Condition number 12 outlines the permitted uses. Since planning board, the applicant did remove the use of repair shop, vehicle repair, and vehicle sales and rental, as well as minor utility. Staff still recommends that the uses outlined in red on this slide are removed as well. Condition number 13 outlines the perimeter buffers that are shown on the concept plan. This is where they increased the buffer width from 40 feet to 80 feet. Condition number 14 outlines exception in planting requirements for buffers. Specifically, if you look at 14A, that is the reference for the solar farm, making sure that the plantings do not cast shadows on that adjacent use. And condition number 15 outlines the location of EV charging stations. Condition number 16 outlines roadway improvements required through the traffic analysis by the town and by DOT. They are proposing dedication of right-of-way for the town's CTP cross-section that is shown here, and they are also proposing construction of 2 turn lanes. Condition number 17 outlines that the CZI's district is subject to the high industrial or heavy industrial dimensional standards in the UDO. And it also references the effective date of the UDO that these references apply to, which is the November 7th, 2025. The Planning Department recommends approval with an effective date of today, July 20th, 2026, for 2026-17A and X, and that is the contiguous annexation. We also recommend approval inconsistent with the 2045 Comprehensive Growth Plan for the rezoning request. And again, since the comp plan's adoption in 2021, the properties along Guy Road, specifically along Highway 70, and with the future expressway coming through, we do feel it is consistent with the development pattern. For the rezoning, that would be motion number 2 in your packet. And again, we do recommend making your motion for the annexation first. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant has a presentation prepared as well.
Any questions or comments? Sure.
Thank you. I didn't think of this till just looking at the list of uses, and I don't need the answer right now, but after you get back to your computer, if you could confirm if indoor and outdoor storage would include, you know, like the typical mini self-storage type of storage, or if that's a separate use category, that would be my question, just to clarify that.
I know indoor storage does. I would need to double check outdoor storage.
Thank you.
Mr. Case.
Thanks for that presentation, Haley. Just one, I guess, kind of overall question, kind of ties into the other two. So removing the mass grading standards, so is that under our current UDO when we revise the mass grading standards? So they're going to have to adhere to our current UDO? Okay.
Yes.
Which is a lot more stringent than our old UDO.
Yes, so once we review for site plan and construction drawings, we'll review the incentives that they choose at that time.
Okay. And then second question, forgive me if I didn't see this, but it was there, but from a lighting perspective too, they're going to have to adhere to the new UDO's lighting, downlighting standards comparatively to our past.
Yes.
Okay. Which is another stricter standard. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Haley, and we'll hear from the applicant at this time.
Right. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ben Harris with Stone Industrial. I want to thank you for taking the time and opportunity to present in front of you tonight. It's been 12 months of hard work to get here, but we're excited to present Stone Crossing 70 to you all. But first, let's talk about Stone. Who are we? So we're a national development and acquisition company focused primarily on industrial assets. We have 100 years of experience in doing this business. We started in 2021. Since then, we've completed 4.6 million square feet of industrial development. We're a small company of 15 people, but we're mighty. We have 3 offices headquartered in Chicago. I cover Charlotte in the Mid-Atlantic region, and then we have a gentleman covering in the LA office. And right now we're active in 13 target markets. Our track record, we've completed or have underway 12 projects in 7 different states. Again, that's 4.6 million square feet of industrial product, totaling $635 million in value. We've worked with 9 different lenders and 10 different capital partners. The 3 projects below you I want to highlight real quick. The first one is Fuquay Arena. That's a $70 million development. It was a brownfield site that we were able to get cleaned up and put back into production in the community. And our capital partner is Morgan Stanley. The next project is Laredo Trade Center. That is our biggest development to date of $110 million. That's 3 buildings, almost 1 million square feet. And that is complete with our capital partner Ares. Lastly is KeHE Foods. It's a build-to-suit. It's a $68 million development. We completed that in Florida for our client KeHE. We take pride in the capital partners that we're able to work with to date. These are your who's who institutional capital groups, blue chip, like Morgan Stanley, Ares, Clarion, LaSalle. Collectively, they have hundreds of billions of dollars in real estate assets. So going back to the conceptual plan, originally we had a 40-foot buffer between us and the residents, and it was pretty clear that they wanted a bigger buffer. And so overnight, we worked with our engineering team to address that and double that from 40 feet to 80 feet, while also maintaining a type D buffering, which is the most dense and thick buffering you can have in your UDO. Additionally, we have 2 access points. The main one is the south access point. The north one will be for emergency use vehicles. This shows, again, where the plantings will be in the perimeter buffers. But one thing to note as well is when we had our meeting with the neighbors, it was conveyed to us, hey, if you can keep the existing vegetation, please do so. And so we asked that in our conditions, if we can find a way to grade the property and keep that existing vegetation, let's please have this be a condition within the UDO or with our proposed development. You know, there's a lot of words on the slide, but it's this. We're going to dedicate right away to widen Guy Road. We're going to have a right turn lane with 100-foot storage, and then we're going to have a left turn lane with 100-foot storage. So we can have smooth traffic flow in and out of the project. So another thing that was brought in front of the planning board from the residents was, hey, I'm concerned about our wells. And so I want to address that tonight. You know, concern was losing water in the well because of our project or contamination. So we're going to bring utilities to the site. We're going to bring water to the site. And by doing that, that eliminates any concerns about the project drying down from the nearby wells next to this property, all right? Next thing is this, we are not going to have septic system which would leak or leach contaminants in the soils and you need to spray and leach fields. We're going to bring a sewer line 1.6 miles from the connection point to this site, which we'll talk about further. Lastly, or additionally, we're going to adhere to the NCDEQ erosion control standards to mitigate any or minimize any sediment runoff from their project on their properties. Lastly, our stormwater control system is specifically designed for the stormwater to go into the ponds, get cleaned up, and then have a time release that goes back into their streams. So the water won't just get collected on site and stay there. It will come off site, but as clean water, all right? And this slide, I think, does a good depiction of showing that, all right? So you're gonna have the rain come off in the buildings, It's going to go into the catch basins, go into the detention pond. You have various vegetation and sedimentation zones that will clean the water, and then it'll be time released out into the streams. So then the question is like, why is this development good for Clayton? All right, so I'm going to hit upon 5 core things. First one is this. This is specifically designed for institution and Fortune 500 companies to bring jobs. And I'm going to show over 300 jobs to this community. It's going to generate community and economic growth for the town of Clayton. We're going to diversify the tax base for the town of Clayton, and we're not doing a data center. So I was asked in the planning board, Ben, what does state-of-the-art building design mean? And so I wanted to address this in a visual. And really, state-of-the-art design for industrial real estate is to maximize operational efficiency for the companies that are occupying the space, is to maximize building safety and life safety, and is to maximize building longevity. So just to go over a few things here. First one is clear height. That's critical to have state-of-the-art design. 32 feet clear and higher. Now, the reason why you do that is you reduce the building footprint, the rentable square foot area for those companies, so that they can stack their product higher. All right, so that reduces costs for them, increases operating efficiencies. Column bay spacing, you go from 40 foot to 52 foot clear bays. That increases better flow, and you have less columns taking up space for these buildings. I've got like water here. Excuse me. What's important too is these truck cores get deeper, 130 to 185 feet deep. That allows for better flow for trucks to come in the project. 185 feet gives you trailer storage. That's a big amenity that these users want today. Slab 7 to 8 inches thick. That helps with the increase. You're seeing users have heavier point loads on the property because their racking is going higher. ESFR, early suppression, fast response, huge for life safety, right? Keeping them, if there's a fire, to have immediate response to mitigate that. Power is huge, at least 2,000 amps. We're seeing in this community more companies are light manufacturing users requiring power. So those are some of the big highlights that you would see for a state-of-the-art industrial design. For our project, what we're planning is 2 buildings that total 374,000 square feet. As you can see, they're very different in size and scale. Building 1 is 64,000 square feet. That's really designed for smaller companies, local companies, or companies who want to buy a building and own it. And we're seeing a lot of that today. Working with my brokerage team, we already have inquiries for this building, and I'm not responding until hopefully we get approval tonight. For building 2 is a bigger building, really designed for your regional, national companies. And so we feel that we have a very dynamic design to maximize our footprint and usage on this property. You can also see the 80-foot buffer that we have to shelter the truck courts and buildings from our nearby neighbors. We have 36-foot wide drive aisles in the property that allows for 3 lanes of traffic in our property. So if a car were to break down, you can easily get around. Modern aesthetic design, and really this is really targeted for a diverse user base. This is a conceptual rendering. This is what we're really putting through now on a national level. And really it's that tech design, if you will, modern tech design. You have glazing on the end caps, glazing in the middle of the building as well. Really, we feel that this is a modern design that will fit well for the user base in this community, in the Rhode Island market. All right, this slide is 12 months of my life. All right, so let me do the best to explain this. I would say this, for the challenges a community faces in growing is utility infrastructure and access to utilities. Why is that? It takes a lot of time to get the entitlements and easements in place, and it takes a lot of money. So back in early July, I met with the staff of the Town of Clayton to go through various options for the sewer line. One was going down Guy Road, and we had various options going across the property to the connection point behind Walmart. I preferred Guy Road, but it wasn't the preference from the Town of Clayton because it wasn't 100% gravity fed. So this design right here is 100% gravity fed. It won't be too deep to connect to the sewer. We're going to have to go through 3 properties: Jack Carrell, State of North Carolina, and Matt Stevens. On July 7th, the State of North Carolina gave me their full approval for to have the easement on their property for the sewer line. That was 12 months of work. And that was the help of Joe Solings too, by the way. Matt Stevens has signed the agreement. We just got to get I sent the exhibit this morning. And Mr. Jack Carrell, we have a verbal handshake, but he said, let's talk after tonight. I had the documents in place, and Mr. Jack Carrell and I have met about a dozen times. The estimated length is 1.6 miles. The cost is $1.9 million. And once completed, we will dedicate the sewer line to the Town of Clayton. That will allow the Town of Clayton for future ambitions to grow the community with utility infrastructure in place. With the water line that is going down Guy Road, about a mile, that's $1.1 million in costs. So in total, it's $3 million to get utilities to this site, but we think it's worth it, and we think it drives considerable value to the Town of Clayton as well by having that utility infrastructure in place. All right. So Johnson County completed, and then we've all seen this, the cost of community services for $1 revenue the property type generates. So for commercial industrial, it costs 23 cents for $1 revenue generates. For agricultural, 81 cents for $1, and in residential homes, $1.43, which makes sense, right? So residential homes, they're going to have more public services, firefighters, police officers, libraries, schools, but also more demand on utilities, right? Utility infrastructure versus you would have on a commercial. And so when you read the business journal and you look at this, one thing is very obvious. You need to have a diversified tax base. You need to have commercial and industrial properties in your community to offset those costs that the residents bear, and also to help promote your community. When you look at the Town of Clayton, it's the opposite. You have 80% residential and 20% industrial and commercial. And so what I want to show on the right-hand side is, hey, our project is 374,000 square feet. The taxable project value, I believe, is $26.8 million. When you run through the calculations for the real estate tax code with the Town of Clayton, you generate $131,000 in yearly tax revenue. When you look at investments, you typically look at it on a 10-year horizon. That's $1.3 million of tax revenue generated by this project. But it goes beyond that. It's just not the $1.3 million. It's also that $3 million that I'm putting up front to help to bring the utilities to this site and help grow this community. It's also the dollars that this will generate from the wages that will go into the sales tax when they buy goods and services in the Town of Clayton. It's hard for me to quantify that. But what I want to show is this. So, 374,000 square foot project, we're seeing about 10% office. So what we're seeing on average in the market is the space utilization for one person is 250 square feet in the office. All right, when you run the calcs, that's 149 bodies, 149 people. The space utilization for industrial is one person for 2,000 square feet. That's 168 people. So in total, we're projecting that this project will generate 300 jobs in this community. when you look at the averages on what you look at on wages, we believe that you will see between $13 and $18 million per year in wages produced. Those are dollars that will get cycled back into the community when shopping for goods and services, right? Retail sales, restaurant sales, etc. All right, so this is actually one of my favorite slides. So being an industrial developer, you get a lot of pushback. I don't want trucks, and I don't want this in my community, and I don't want a box in my community, and you get a lot of pushback, but I want to challenge you that it's not just trucks, all right? There actually is an economic ecosystem that these developments bring. So the first one here is we'll talk about is increased property values. So the value of industrial land is more than the value of agricultural land, all right? And when you bring in the utilities 1.5 miles to the site, I am increasing the property values of nearby. So when a future developer buys property, right, the value of that land will be worth considerably more than it is today, all right? So increased property values at your 12 o'clock and at your 6 o'clock, a catalyst for future development. Bringing the utilities to the site will be a catalyst for future development in Town of Clayton. Then you have new jobs. So we talked about 300 jobs brought into the community. And that will lead to people who buy goods and services in the Town of Clayton, and in which is, I'll try to figure this out, but it was tough to find, is the sales tax. It looks like it's a sharing system, but sales tax generated off gas and vehicle expenses, restaurant, retail, grocery sales, and entertainment. Those are dollars that will flow in the Town of Clayton and also promote existing local businesses. And lastly, if you can prove point of sale in the property, you can capitalize on e-commerce sales tax. I've been told by a few people, well, you're not bringing in good jobs. You're not bringing good jobs in the community. And I'm going to challenge that. So we took 164 lease comps totaling 17.6 million square feet that were completed in the Raleigh market between 2020 and 2025. And what you'll see is that a good chunk of those deals completed are related to advanced manufacturing, medical manufacturing, and building product manufacturing. So advanced manufacturing, think of Siemens. Medical manufacturing, think of Novo Nordisk. Building product, look, you having exponential growth in residents, you need to store those materials somewhere to build those homes. So what I did was and just to go back, we took those comps and then we had SIC codes to figure out where they fall in those various sectors based on the SIC codes. And then I just wanted to show, hey, these are the type of companies that fall under advanced manufacturing, Siemens, PXC Corporation, then medical manufacturing, Novo Nordisk, building product, 84 Lumber, Del Tile. This is 50% of the total tenant Raleigh market. These are good jobs. So I asked my team to give me, hey, who are companies in the market right now looking for space? And this fits right under what I showed in the last two slides. Veritiv, logistics and packaging, Siemens Advanced Manufacturing, Mid-Atlantic, Right Rug, West Shore, Web Don are all tied to that building manufacturing for residential homes. And then in confidential, so I have a group, they're related to the biopharma space that has expressed interest in purchasing the smaller building, but I signed a confidentiality agreement. I can't express who it is, but that is a real deal. So to sum up everything with related to the users of these spec buildings, you have building materials and contractor supply related to homes, light manufacturing and assembly related to advanced manufacturing, biotech and pharma, consumer goods and services for home goods, packaging, food and beverage, regional logistics, and then potentially flex and showroom operations in the smaller building. So diversified jobs, quality employers, economic growth. This is my last slide. So we truly believe that we are delivering long-term value for the town of Clayton. We've heard what the neighbors have said to us, what staff has said to us, and what the planning board has said to us. And we truly believe we have thoughtful design to address the concerns from everyone that has brought their concerns to us. We have significant infrastructure investment of $3 million for utility extensions, combined for 2.6 miles. We're going to diversify the tax base. We're showing $1.3 million over a 10-year horizon. We're going to create jobs, over 300 jobs, good paying jobs in this community. We're going to bring institutional credit users to your community. And we're looking at economic growth of $13 to $18 million in wages that get cycled back into the town of Clayton. The community impact, probably fund utility expansion, support local priorities, and by having this, we'll have, you can live closer to work versus driving all the way to Raleigh to work. We truly believe that this development will be a success for the town of Clayton. And I really appreciate the time tonight to present in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, any questions or comments for the applicant?
I had a question. Thank you. So you said you're going to expand the road in front there to make it like a four-lane road. Is that correct? Or
It won't be a 4-lane, no, but it, Josh, can you come for a second? He's my traffic consultant. I want to be able to.
Yeah, I just had a couple.
We'll be providing, Josh Ranke with Bolton and Mink, traffic engineer. We'll be providing turn lanes at the driveway, so a right turn lane and a left turn lane to kind of get the vehicles out of the through traffic there.
I should know. Thank you. Do you know if DOT has any future plans for Guy Road? I mean, that road's very close to future 540, and I'm just kind of.
So Guy Road, I know there is an STIP project because they had us analyze it with and without that in place because of the sort of unknown of when that would be implemented. That it has a date on it, but sometimes things fall behind. So they are looking at converting that to a reduced conflict intersection corridor, which is, a lot of people used to call them super streets, which would restrict certain movements. And that's a Guy Road and 70. So that is an STIP project that's out there. Timing, like I said, fairly unknown at this point. They wanted us to look at it both ways, with and without that in place, to see if there were any improvements that were needed there. I mean, we had a study area that included that as well as other intersections and the site driveways. So I know that is the ultimate plan for where Guy Road ties into 70 to the north.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Arch.
Thank you so much for that information. It was very thorough. As you heard earlier, I had asked some further information about the storage listed use. And I don't know, I think, Haley, the indoor storage is mini storage.
Yes, indoor storage would include self-storage, mini storage facilities. Outdoor storage is for larger, bulkier items, as the UDO defines it. Outdoor storage is permitted as a principal or secondary use. Indoor storage is as a principal use.
Okay, thank you. The reason I ask about that is obviously the plan that you have brought forth tonight doesn't involve mini storage, and I have no doubt that personal storage is not part of the plan. I do, however, try to be very conscientious about a rezoning just to make sure in the event that something didn't go as planned, perhaps, that we wouldn't end up with that particular use out there. As you're probably aware, there's a lot of interest in mini storage, self-storage, and of course, that wouldn't be the highest and best use of that property.
That's not the intent of this project at all. So,
right.
Yeah, so I'm happy to strike indoor storage off.
Wonderful, thank you. That would be great. And then if the outdoor storage could be listed as potentially maybe only a secondary use or something like that. I'm not trying to limit the use of legitimate outdoor storage, but if that's possible as well.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Casey.
I just had another question. I know it's not a silly one, but like, what made you choose this location? I mean, kind of out of understand. I know it's close to Future 540, but just kind of what sparked your interest in this one?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. I think when you look at industrial real estate, you first look at, there's like three factors, two are really important. One is access to labor, right? And so you have a great labor pool in this market. But then two is access to expressways. And so 70 to 40 is easy, 70 to the new 540 bypass, right? That gives you complete connectivity to the Rhode Island market. And that's why I find valuable on this site.
Okay. So, and I'm assuming you're seeing that a lot of the other land. I was looking at the land map, and there's another, looks like an institutional developer that has land right up the road from there that I'm sure it's going to be earmarked towards some sort of industrial project at some point in time too. So, I mean, from your perspective, I guess you're kind of seeing that in that whole area. I mean,
That's correct. I mean, look, when you look at Prologis and what they built further west on 70, they had a very successful industrial park. And then you look at what Maris has completed north of 70, just a little west of our site. That was a 4-building project that was completely leased up, as a speculative development. And so you're seeing that there is strong demand in this particular location from different types of industrial users.
Okay, yeah. And so essentially this location is the 540 coming through. Have you done other projects where there's new roads cutting through there and kind of having to navigate that process, or not new roads, but new interstates cutting through in some of your other, I guess, projects you worked around the country or so?
I mean, the closest one really was when we evaluated our development in Fuquay Marina, right? So 540 wasn't completed at the time, it was underway, and understanding the access to that, because it's a little bit further south, but having access to 540 is critical because it allows you to have that free flow of transportation.
Okay, perfect. I don't think I have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This has been noted as a public hearing, and at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to request that, well, first of all, I want you to know your concerns are important, and it's important they get listed into the record. If your concern is mentioned by another entity before you get a chance, like traffic, if someone comes up and is concerned about traffic and that gets entered into the record, then it would be good. It would be most helpful if 9 other people don't get up and say it's traffic. So just to kind of help with redundancy, but I do want to make sure that your concerns are entered into the record. Thank you, and thank you for being here. So at this time, I'll open up the public hearing, and anyone wishing to speak on this matter, please step forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joyce Sprafford. I'm an attorney with a law firm on Main Street and a resident of Golden Plantation. This is really an issue of our neighbor and our neighbors in our neighborhood having concerns with an out-of-state company that does not have secured easements, that does not fully have a traffic plan, coming in and asking to put 70-plus trucks in one building right in our backyards. So I am here to respectfully ask you to deny the proposed annexation and rezoning of property adjacent to our neighborhood. So my first child, Harper, right back there, when I brought her home, she had jaundice, and we sat in my backyard right across from where those trucks would be. And I sat in the sun with her every day for 2 weeks and watched her recover as we listened to birdsong, not trucks. That backyard today is where my children play, and where we watch deer cross the road, where we delight in clouds of lightning bugs, where we see endangered species. I saw a Mississippi kite this year, of all things. One of the very first things I did when I moved in was install a bluebird house for eastern bluebirds, which were once critically in decline in the United States. And every single spring since we moved in 2012, we have watched fledglings hatch in that nest. That is not just something that you talk about. That is our lived experience. This is not nature as incidental. It's nature as necessary to who we are as people and a community. And that's why this is more than just rezoning some parcel on a map, which I know that you already know. The property before you is currently zoned as residential. It lies outside of the Town of Clayton's future growth plan, outside of the town limits, outside of Johnston County, and approving this annexation and rezoning would fundamentally change the character of an area that has not been identified for this type of development. Yes, I will concede that there have been developments on Guy Road, absolutely, on one side of the road, on the western side of Guy Road, closer to 70. This annexation specifically goes into the residential area and is not in any way developed at all. Additionally, this property is part of a much larger ecosystem. The fields and forests provide that connected habitat that supports the wildlife. That's one of the reasons why people move to Clayton. In fact, the Town of Clayton has invested in natural spaces, including parks and greenways, and these improve all of our qualities of life. I ask you to recognize that the habitat that is there right now is part of a larger connected ecosystem that helps preserve water quality, supports wildlife, and sustains the natural character that drew us all here to begin with. That's why we bought our own homes. Even if we're from here like me, a native of Johnston County, it's part of why I stay here. And I do understand, as a business owner on Main Street, I understand that growth is not only necessary but inevitable. And I'm not asking you to oppose growth. I'm here asking you to respect the thoughtful planning and residential character that already exists here. I would like for you to recognize that, I recognize you've got the legal authority to do whatever you're going to do tonight. You do. I don't oppose that in any way. But with this authority comes the responsibility to consider the people who will live with the consequences, even when we have had no voice in this town council at all. We have no political recourse whatsoever, and yet the choices you make tonight fundamentally alter the character of our neighborhood. And so I must ask you, yes, industrial development will come, but is this the place for it? And I cannot tell you for certain that it is. But I will tell you that your voice will permanently shape the neighborhood where I raise my family and where my children play in the backyard every single evening. And I'd like to remind us all here that communities are strongest when we recognize that not every valuable asset appears on a tax map. Some places provide value because they clean our water and support our wildlife and connect natural habitats. And they give children a chance to grow up listening to bird songs and watching bluebirds fledge from a nest box every spring. Some places are worth more than what can be built on them. So I respectfully ask you to preserve the residential character of this property, protect the natural landscape that makes this community special, and deny the annexation and rezoning request. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not as eloquent as Joy, so you'll have to bear with me. I'm glad she went first to make all of us look not as prepared as her. However, that being said, ladies and gentlemen of Clayton, we moved here from Arizona 12 years ago. We fell in love and we came here because of the beautiful environment, because of the trees, because of everything that Joy stated. Gentlemen, your building is beautiful, so thank you for putting together such a beautiful project. However, it does not belong in a neighborhood. You stated, oh, it brings jobs and you can drive closer to work. I would like to ask you, would you like to?
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to address
This
your
way, sorry.
comments to me.
To you, okay.
Correct.
I would
And
like
I'm
to
going
know-
to request that everybody stick to a 3-minute max.
Okay, is my time stopped, paused because of that?
You can start from
Okay,
scratch.
thank you. I would like to know if the gentleman said that they would like to drive less to work. I want to know if they would like to walk to work and have this in their very backyard. He talked about the property values going up. I would like to see the data analysis of what exactly that property value increase contains that he is talking about. In our analysis that we believe as homeowners in the area, that will incredibly decrease the property value. He stated that the homeowners wanted a larger buffer. At no time was that stated in the initials talking points. We wanted no buffer. We didn't want we didn't want a bigger buffer. We don't want them there. We understand that there is commercial growth. We understand that we are by the 540. That is natural. We understand that big corporations are now going to want to come and have a part of our land area. However, being right next to residential is not the right space for it. Being off of Business 70 is a wonderful space for it. It's a great location. I have children that are, I call them baby drivers. They hate when I call them that, but they are teenagers. Coming in and out of the neighborhood already is very difficult for them, having it be a one-lane road on each side. People speed there very, very quickly. People drive oftentimes 50 miles an hour. 60 miles an hour down that straight stretch. Adding in simply a turn lane to each location into that building is not enough to protect our children, to protect our elderly, and to protect other people coming in and out of that neighborhood. Additionally, that is not only our neighborhood that it's affecting, that we're given flyers to, it's the additional neighborhoods down Business 70 that are affected as well. I don't know if they were given flyers. I know also only a few portion of our neighbors were given flyers. The whole neighborhood was not informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ms. Underwood, I grew up with most of your family around here. I played basketball in this building. I've lived here my whole life. I've been driving up and down Guy Road and my dad, 43 years. There's no room for this building on Guy Road. Let these folks take their money and go back to Chicago and build this building outside their house. Okay? Let them do that. If you're going to let them do this, then you're not going to have a town anymore. We're going to pack our families up. We're going to move. They can come and buy our land from us and give us millions of dollars. Or you could just have a town full of commercial buildings. That's how it's going. I mean, that's where you're going to go with it, right? So, I don't know. I don't see no use for these folks in our town. I don't see how they're going to better our town in any way. They're just going to put you buildings in your town. And then all the folks that live in your town, they're going to move off. They're not going to put up with it. They don't want to live in places like that. No one wants a building that's 30 feet tall right outside their doorstep that they spent their whole life living out there and then create their own family and raise their families there as well. So I hope you take that into consideration, deny their claim for building this ridiculous looking building. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kevin Faulkner.
Excuse me. If I could just remind everyone to state their name for the record. And the last two speakers, if you can just see me before you leave so I can get your name. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'm Kevin Faulkner. I do like software and stuff like that. I've been in a data center quite a bit. I don't know. For me and just objectively, I thought that the concern of data centers is more electricity, which is exactly what they were speaking about when talking about 2,000 amps, three-phase power, etc. That's no different than data center, except that data centers frequently require water cooling, right? So I understand. I'm not like objecting to a data center necessarily, but just kind of figured I'd clear that up. But I'm recently moved here. I'm also from Arizona, too many Californians. And so I registered to vote, but I don't think I'd registered in time. I don't know if, I mean, I just recently got here, so I don't know if I missed the mailer, but I mean, somebody brought it by me and it stated that you're receiving this public notice according to Johnston County tax records, but it's in Wake. I thought, could be incorrect. Yeah, I thought it was in Wake County, so that seems maybe just erroneous or something. I'm not sure, but Further, I looked up like the roads, and the roads on Guy Road are administered by Garner, I thought. Could be incorrect. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this was, I'm not trying to I'm not sure if it did go through Garner as well. I don't know. I really don't. I'm just asking questions and stuff, but yeah. What else do I have? My power went out, so I lost kind of my notes and stuff like that. Oh, Garner Fire Department. I know that, unfortunately, I had to call the fire department. Garner rolled out, which they were great, helpful. All I know is that, again, Garner responds to that area. So it feels like this is a little short-sighted. And that's just kind of the vibes I'm getting. But I did check on, and there's an opportunity for a vacancy. I think I might be able to help out. I don't know. So, love to. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Could somebody put up the site plan again? That, somebody have that button? No, the more detailed one, further down. It's still not showing the buildings. Something like this. I can do with this. All right, my name's Lee Odom. I'm 4013 49ers Road. You said residential's costs and services dollars, but if this was residential, it'd be in Wake County. It wouldn't be costing JOCO any services. Just like he just said, Garner Fire Department shows up. You always hear we need affordability. Golden Plantation families bought here 30 years ago because residential lots were more affordable. If these 44 acres, rightfully zoned residential, were developed as promised, they would still be more affordable today than most lots in other towns and cities. Making this industrial would kill a more affordable option that has always claimed to no longer exist. And Stoughton of Chicago stood and told the planning board, and tonight too, this will help property values. A planning board member that voted to deny rezoning said this is subject to reduce their property values and at the very minimum would stagnate that value. And at the meeting, most every resident expressed concern about water. A planning board member that voted to approve the rezoning stated if there are any well water problems, that would not involve us. That would be Wake County issue. And that's a troubling statement. You know, and Stoughton stated, we want to work within the rules. No, they want to alter the rules with 72 loading docks, 81 trailer spaces. And look at the site plan, this one. 2 buildings rotated and wedged in a Frankenstein fit. If you ride through Clayton, you do not see any existing residential Frankenstein. You don't see any existing commercial Frankenstein. You certainly don't see government buildings Frankenstein. If this plan of residential degrading is good, flip both buildings. Put the massive amount of loading docks and trailer spaces facing Guy Road. Put the building parking and facade facing the current residential development, which is filled with forever homes. If the current orientation of the Stoughton plan would not cause any issue for the families, then the reorientation of the plan would not have any issues on Johnson County, Wake County, and Guy Road. But that would not happen because no one wants to look at and live with 72 tractor trailer docks and 81 trailer spaces. If this zoning is changed, we would have to live with it forever.
Good evening, Jeff Ames, 4121 49ers Road. I live there with my wife, Jessica. I'm going to try to stick with the facts. I know there's a lot of opinions floating around. Currently in Wake County, approximately 7 to 8 million square feet of vacant warehouse space. Number of vacant spaces are within half a mile of this proposed development. Stoughton It's proposing a 350,000 square foot warehouse, but the market actually is looking for more. It's looking for 500,000 square foot plus spaces. So they're not really fulfilling what the market wants. Out of all Stoughton's key projects, this will be the one closest to proximity to an established neighborhood. With the exception of the property in Fuquay, but that's still in the middle of a field. Their project in Titusville, Florida, their project in Port Laredo, Texas, their project in Santa Fe Springs, California, they're all already in established industrial areas. The other issue is they don't know what's coming. How can they, I mean, they can assume how many jobs. They don't know because they don't know what they're going to put in there. So, one thing we do know, a Dutch study in 2009 stated residential properties within 250 meters of industrial sites sell at 14.9% lower than houses located beyond the distance of 2,000 meters. 2009 study. Last month, Mr. Applewhite and Mr. Harris mentioned that Mr. Harris was in a good relationship business. A good relationship is a two-way street. It's not one person gets everything. I just don't see how, from a public standpoint, this is going to benefit anybody. It's definitely going to affect probably 100 different families in our neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Ames. I wanted to tell you about something that I personally witnessed on Guy Road just a couple weeks ago. I was coming from Amelia Church Road, and in front of me was a logger truck. As the logger truck was going around the corner, I heard this loud screeching noise. Right in front of the logger truck was the UPS or the post office person. They stop on Guy Road in the road. He was not able to stop in time, and thank goodness no one was coming straight forward. So what happens if somebody was coming straight forward? You obviously do not have Guy Road figured out. You may have it figured out in the area that you're going to put this building, but you do not have it figured out everywhere else. There are houses that are like 50 feet from that road. So I beg of you, for the safety of people, that first fatal accident, who are we going to blame? I've heard the word unknown too many times this meeting and very other meetings. How many unknowns do we have to have? Nothing is set in stone. So you approve this, it's an unknown. Your community is here. How many people here are against this? Just raise your hand. The writing is on the wall. We do not want this. So if you approve this, you're basically slapping us in the face. You are not listening to your community. You're doing this for greed. Thank you.
I'm Gay West. I live at 4016 49ers Road. We have lived there for the last 31 years. We were one of the first homeowners in this neighborhood. And one of the things that drew us to this neighborhood was how quiet it was. We moved out in the country to be out in the country. We raised 5 kids there. It has been wonderful. When we had friends come and visit, they'd say, man, I'd give anything to live in a neighborhood like yours. And I said, we have been incredibly blessed. We're a lot older now. My husband's retired. It would be incredibly hard to have to move and start over at this point. I guess I'm pleading with you to think of how you would feel if somebody wanted to come and set something down like this right beside of your house. I don't think you would want it either. There has to be other places for them to build. I'm not saying that we don't need that kind of a building, but we don't need it right on top of a family neighborhood. It's just, my husband has bad asthma and other health issues, and the pollution is not going to be good for him. I sat to come out of the neighborhood at one point last week, and I sat there and sat there and sat there because I couldn't get out. And when you add all this other traffic, I don't know, it's just going to be really, really hard. I'm worried about the water, and that's not just because we're in the middle of a drought. A building this size can require up to 2,800 gallons of water a day. I'm not sure where all that water is going to come from, but heaven help us if there was a bad rainstorm and something failed and a lot of that water from those ponds came coming right over into our neighborhood. We don't live in a floodplain right now, and I hope that we don't get to that point. I don't want my property values to go down. If we do have to move someday, I want us to be able to get a fair price for our house. We have a good property. It's beautiful. We have invested so much in it. I guess I'm just asking you to think how you would feel if this was your home and your neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Rob Parent, 3217 Golden Nugget Drive. So a vote for this is a vote for displacement. That's what you're really voting for. Are you going to displace the community from where we're currently living? Right? And I say that because they're offering 300 jobs. You'll lose more out of this community if you vote yes. There'll be more people leaving than going to work at this location. That's just real talk. Right? Because nobody believes our house value is going to go up in this community. Nobody wants to live surrounded by industrial places. You can't sell me on that. You can't sell anybody in the community on that. You can't sell us on that because it's not true. Simple enough. All right? And I'm going to go back to the well again, to use a pun, right? So construction itself causes waste, it causes pollution. We're already seeing it from across the street. Yes, you guys were misled a little bit about the industrial that got started in our neighborhood. It got started on the farms across the street. It's not in the community. It's away from us. But yet our wells are still seeing a lot more sediment, a lot more iron, a lot more sulfur, right? We're having to change our filters already 2 to 3 times more just from that, much less adding another, right? So just the construction alone is going to cause havoc on our wells, much less the ponds and everything that kind of goes along with it. Right? On top of that, when you're looking at pollution, there's a lot of unknowns there. You could say, well, the runoff into the pool and all that kind of stuff. You can't tell me if it's low, medium, or high risk because you don't know what companies are going to be in that storage area, right? You don't know what industries. If it's pharmaceutical, if it's electrical, it's fuel, all these other different things, a whole different level of what can contaminate the water, right? And water is not just run off the stream, air particles and everything like that, everything affects water, not just rainwater going down a storm chute. So I ask that you vote no on this and kind of vote with the people rather than the corporations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Craig. I live at 3105 Golden Nugget Drive. 31 years ago, my husband and I, we moved out there to build our forever home. And We have a beautiful place out there. In 2007, and I'm only bringing this up because I came to work for the town of Clayton, I would go out of my subdivision and it would take me less than 10 minutes to get here. Less than 10 minutes. Tonight, it took me 18 minutes to get here. There's some days, and I know that traffic has been brought up, there's some days that it takes 5-6 minutes just to get out of the subdivision. The time is crazy. Like 12 years ago, my daughter was rear-ended trying to turn into our subdivision by a hit-and-run driver off Guy Road. So I'm just asking you guys to take into consideration our homes, what we have built, what we have planned for. You know, our retirement is under attack. I just want you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Nick Falcone at 4117 49ers Road in Golden Plantation. I'm not against developing the land. I'm against the warehouse and the industrial. If you were to develop it as it's zoned R30 right now, you'd bring in over $2 million a year in revenue to the town of Clayton if you got it annexed from Wake County. They only want to bring in, what, $1.5 million to $3 million in 10 years? It just doesn't make sense. Look at everything that could come to the community just by not bringing the industrial.
Good day to Mr. Mayor, council members, Andrew Ard, 4041 49ers Road. A lot of folks already spoke on some of the things I want to speak on, but getting back to the buffer issue, this site falls from, well, we don't have back the picture back there anymore. Anyhow, from the entrance of the site to back to the creek, our property line's back up to is 40-foot drop. So there's one heck of a mass grading operation going on there. I believe the applicant said in the planning meeting it's 657,000 yards of dirt to move. That means there's going to have to be quite a bit of fill placed on the proper lines where we adjoin. 15, 20 feet, 2-to-1 slopes, that's 40 feet. That takes up the entire buffer had prior, but now they're saying 80 feet, so that takes up half the buffer. Doesn't leave much room for screening on top of the buffer. On top of that, that raises the property up. The light pollution, I'm assuming there's going to be lighting around the perimeter of parking lots. All that light pollution is going to be coming on us in our rear yards. We'll not be able to enjoy our rear yards. The trucks will be coming in, their headlights shining out straight in our bedrooms. I think most everyone has bedrooms at the rear of the houses, shining in the bedrooms so they can back up to the dock. Just don't think it's a good fit. This site is more suited for residential due to the topo on it because you stair step the streets down to make up for that change in topo. But I think the lighting pollution is going to be a serious issue with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Lafferbury. I live at 4005 49ers Road. I know a lot of people have talked about Guy Road and the industrial development that's on it, but our neighborhood is basically I think our neighborhood is the buffer between industrial and residents. Everything past our neighborhood is all residential. And I think adding industrial right in the middle of residential and residential, I don't think it's very considerate. And like everybody says, I mean, we've been there 18 years and it's a quiet community and it's not a place for industrial. Just want you to think about that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sandy Rudd. My husband and I live at 4101 49ers Road. We bought our house in 1997. We've put a lot of money into it. You know, I'm going to repeat a lot of things you've already heard. This is not an area for industrial. We have a lot of long-term residents. We have a really great neighborhood. It's quiet. The people are supportive of one another. We have a great natural wildlife there. We enjoy the birds and the deer, and it's just going to get wrecked by something like this. And the water is a huge concern because we all are on wells, if you have heard. The aquifer for our wells is on this property. What's going to happen to that when they pave over it? I'm concerned that my well is going to run dry, but yet we're not in the town of Clayton, we're not in Johnston County, and as somebody's already stated, it's not your problem. It's not going to be anybody else's problem but us. So what are we going to do? We seem to be at your mercy, but yet we have no power because we're in Wake County. We can't vote for any of you. So all we have to do is just appeal to your good nature and hope that as human beings that you would have sympathy for us. And please just consider the fact of denying this project because the residents clearly don't want it. We may not be in Johnston County committing to your tax base, but I guarantee you my neighbors and I are shopping in the town of Clayton. We're shopping at Walmart. We're shopping at your different stores. We're eating at the restaurants. We're contributing to the town of Clayton and Johnston County with our revenue of spending our hard-earned money. Please, please consider denying this project. You would have a very grateful neighborhood in your debt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Super quick, I know we're over time. I'm Carrie Falcone, 4117 49ers Road. Thank you, Mr. Ron's wife, for leading me into what I'm going to do. Just want to dive into some quick numbers. So my husband came up here and he said that that is zoned for R30. I think that means 30 homes per acre. We'll call it 40 acres there. So 30 times 40, that's 1,200 homes. Let's just go ahead and assume each home has 2 incomes, 2,400 incomes. Let's assume those incomes are relatively average. I honestly don't even know what the average income is, but let's call it 50K. That is, nope, that math isn't right. That is, I'm terrible at math in public, apologies. That is $120 million in income on 40 acres of property. Whether it's Johnston County or Wake County, let's assume, like Mr. Ron's wife said, they're shopping in Clayton. They're shopping in Johnston County. I know I do. Vincent's, one of my favorite restaurants. Shout out. We're spending money in downtown Clayton. We're spending money at the farmer's market. We're spending money on Main Street the last Friday of the month in Clayton. We're walking that strip. We're shopping. We're shopping in the grocery stores. We're sending our kids to the charter schools and some of the public schools that exist in the area. That's money. They say that there's going to be plenty of jobs. There's not going to be 2,400 jobs. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'll close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see anybody, John, I didn't see anybody standing in the way. So yes, by all means.
You know me too well to think that I'm going to sit here and not have something to say. For the record, my name is John Scarpa. I live at 1304 Noose Ridge Drive, Clayton, North Carolina. I'm one of the few people speaking tonight that actually lives in Clayton. And before I begin the formal portion of my address, I just want to say to each one of you, all of whom I have had an opportunity to meet, Gretchen, Porter, Andrea, Amanda, and hi, Ruth. I want to remind all of you, you're probably old enough to remember who Ronald Reagan was and Tip O'Neill. Ronald Reagan was a conservative, Tip O'Neill was a liberal. And yet they somehow were able to clash but remain friends. I consider each one of you a friend, but I'm about to have some harsh words. And I don't want it to ruin friendships, especially with you, Andrea, and Porter, and Gretchen. Amanda, we haven't gotten really to know each other all that well, but you too, Ruth. The thing is that you have a public trust. And I have heard a presentation made by a very eloquent gentleman who made the same presentation essentially at the planning board. And the planning board turned him down, and I knew that the planning board is just not going to be determinative in this situation. It's going to come before you, and each one of you, I think, is inclined to approve this. But before you do, remember the public trust that you have. And in that, I ask you to remember this. Figures don't lie, but liars figure. And Gretchen, Porter, Andrea, Amanda, and Ruth, I would like to know if any one of you honestly sat down and went over the numbers that you heard tonight and did your due diligence to see if there's anything substantial to back them up. And I dare say that you will find that we heard a lot of happy hallooey, but you guys are all here thinking about the revenue that this can generate in the tax base. And as a planning board, they have one thing, you have another agenda. Your agenda is to take care of the people of Clayton. I understand that, and I'm one of them. And I want my taxes to go down or not to go up at least. But one of the things that is absolutely true is that there has to be fundamental fairness. And in the fundamental fairness, don't allow yourself to be persuaded by visions of sugar plums. I'm going to ask for an indulgence.
I didn't give anybody else an indulgence, but I'll give you like 1 minute to make your summation.
Only because
you're a citizen of Clayton and you vote. I'm just kidding.
Here's the bottom line, guys. As Americans, we believe in a representative government. Andrea, how could you possibly vote for this? Porter, Gretchen, Amanda, Ruth, how could any of you do this to the people of Wake County? These people aren't voting for you. They aren't part of Johnson County. They aren't part of Clayton. They don't want to be. They're telling you, leave us alone. And yet, it's like having the guys in England, vote for the colonies. What's going to happen here? Don't do that. Be true to your fundamental American values. This may be a great project for revenue for Clayton, but it's not fair to impose it on the people of Wake County. It's just not. And I ask you to stand up for a higher value. Thank you.
Thank you, John. At this time, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the council for deliberation. Ms. Archer.
Thank you so much. And thank you all so much for being here tonight. You all did a wonderful job contributing to this conversation. And first and foremost, words are easy to say, but this is for none of us a lightly made decision. Whether you're in Wake County, the ETJ, wherever, we all think about the humans involved in our decisions up here for sure. In terms of hearing you, just to keep things concise, I did write down 16 individual and unique points for consideration. I did lump some things together, but overall, from the neighborhood and the community, I heard 16 different unique topics that you covered combined. So where I start with is when this neighborhood was built and when you purchased your homes, Future 540 and the changes to this area of Wake County was probably not on anyone's radar. It certainly wasn't on mine when I lived off of Guy Road, 20 plus years ago when I moved here and also had small children and also understand how difficult Guy Road is with the S-curve and all of that happens there. So just right off the top, the obvious drawbacks to this particular application are, one, we commonly hear about losing agricultural land. We all know once you build on it, you're not going to probably get it back, and that's absolutely a concern for all of us in Johnston County and everywhere. So that's certainly a loss, and I'm not here to sugarcoat that. The second drawback, major drawback, is of course that this proposal is adjacent to existing residential land. And we all hear from all of you these 16 different reasons why that's not ideal. So what I've done in my research, first of all, Councilmember Williams and I drove out to the neighborhood. We spent quite a bit of time there looking at the neighborhood and how it is positioned with the proposed application tonight, and looking at kind of how your lots are laid out and your streets and all that. And then I went to the Wake County GIS website. If you've been there before, you can Google it. You can get there to their iMaps website, and you can go onto the right-hand side of the page and you can click on layers, and it's difficult to find. And honestly, if any of you want to try it, you're welcome to call me. I'll walk you through it. But you can get down into the layers and you can add in the Garner zoning districts that are shown in that area. So what that map does is it gives you a bird's eye view of what's happening along the Business 70 corridor. I know it's probably of no interest to you, right? Because you are here, rightfully so, concerned about your neighborhood and your property. But when you do go to that map and you see the zoning district, you basically see the trend of how the District RA, which is rural agriculture, is turning over to LI-C, which is light industrial conditional zoning. And that's the story at the entrance to your neighborhood, where you've seen the light industrial building placed there. As you get closer and closer to 70, and particularly as you go out to I-540, future I-540, that is the trend in that area. And that trend is how we got here tonight, honestly. It's not... you can talk about the greed of a municipality, we can talk about tax base, there's all these factors, but really that trend is how we got here tonight and why this property is even on the radar for this particular use. And so the landowner involved here, the person selling this land, is doing the same thing that other landowners in this area have been doing, which is giving up the agricultural zoning and going for commercial or industrial. And it's not my place to offer an opinion on that. That is the reality of it. It's my opinion on it, and the fact that that's happening isn't even relevant to this discussion. It's been underway long before I got up here, and it's not going to stop when you look at that business corridor. One obvious consequence of this trend is that it can lead to residential zoning being adjacent to light and even heavy industrial zoning. For example, if you go to that map, the iMap that I'm talking about, and you zoom out, there is a neighborhood in Garner, I'm not sure the name of it, but if you turn off of Rayner Road, it's Queen Guinevere Trail, those residential parcels are immediately adjacent to heavy industrial zoning. So in a sense, it's a similar story to what we have here. There is a demand for heavy industrial on the Business 70 corridor, especially as future 540 comes in. In fact, there are 6 parcels zoned heavy industrial within a mile of this neighborhood. You may or may not be aware of that because I know not all of them have probably been constructed on yet at this point. So that being said, I do see light industrial as an acceptable use of this. You've got other industrial use in the proximity of this neighborhood. Approximately 500 feet is the new light industrial building on Guy Road. Next to that is the Consolidated Pipe and Supply Company, which is, I think, a conditional commercial zoning. About a half a mile away near the intersection of Guy Road and Business 70, there's light industrial on Widespan Drive. Of course, that's a Garner address there. And then you have the entire Garner Business Park with Garner addresses adding to that in the area. So what towns do, like us and Garner with their developments, is we try to mitigate this for residential through the use of buffers and other conditions in the code which control traffic, light, and noise. And so I know firsthand that Guy Road is getting harder and harder to turn left out of. I did want to clear up for the audience that that is an NCDOT maintained street. The town of Clayton doesn't have jurisdiction over that other than to require applicants to follow the NCDOT usage. So all that being said, I'm in favor of this application for a light industrial use, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Underwood?
There was some discussion that if this were left residential, that there could be a greater benefit, but I'm not aware that anyone is proposing any residential development here. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
They've only been working on it a year. These people have been working on it their whole lives. 30 years. 1 year.
I'm going to ask that you refrain from public comment because that part is over. This is now in council negotiation. Thank you, respectfully. Make a motion. Make a motion.
Okay. Thank you all. And in light of no other council comments, I'm prepared to make a motion this evening. So I make a motion to approve the Stoughton Crossings conditional rezoning. This would be ordinance 2026-07-01 with the associated concept.
Sorry,
thank you.
if I may, can we do the motion for the annexation first?
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you
one
so
other
much.
thing, if you do want to revise the conditions of approval, just make sure that's also included in your motion for the CZM. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me remember and consult with our attorney here. We were going to remove the use listed for indoor storage, and we were going to limit the use of outdoor storage to a secondary use. Is that? And I've seen the applicant did verbally agree to that when they were giving their presentation.
Great.
Okay, thank you. So in that case, thank you, Haley, for that correction. My motion at this time would be for adoption of ordinance 2026-07-02, and that would be with an amendment or revision to the conditions to remove indoor storage as a condition and to allow for outdoor storage as a secondary use. So that's my motion.
I'm sorry. You're making the motion for the conditional rezoning.
She needs annexation first.
Is that 2026-07-02? Okay. Thank you. So my motion is 2026-07-02 with the condition for indoor storage removed and for outdoor storage as a secondary storage only.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Annexation first.
So without the conditions being altered.
Yes, you will make the motion for, let me let you know specifically, item 6B, which is 2026-17 ANX, and that is ordinance 2026-07-02. And then the next item would be the 2026-16 CZM, and that is the conditional rezoning, and that is 2026-07-01, and that's where you would make the motion for the condition. For the condition with the rezoning.
Okay, back to square one. Motion to adopt ordinance 2026-07-02.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the annexation petition adoption of ordinance 2026-07-02. Any Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I propose adoption of ordinance 2026-07-01, striking indoor storage as a use, modifying outdoor storage as a secondary use only. My motion would be approval inconsistent with the future land use map. So I make a motion to approve of the Stoughton Crossings conditional rezoning ordinance 2026-07-01, the associated concept plan, the conditions of approval. The request is inconsistent with the adopted 2045 comprehensive growth plan in that the development is located outside of the town's planning jurisdiction and is not included in the 2045 comprehensive growth plan or future land use map. The request is specifically inconsistent in the adjacent properties within the Clayton ETJ are designated low-density residential on the town's future land use map. This action is reasonable and in the public interest in that this request would increase the percentage of town lands that allow for commercial and industrial land uses to be developed, supporting economic development and employment growth in an area of the Research Triangle region experiencing increased commercial development interest. If approved, the future land use map designation of the property will be designated as employment center, which envisions a variety of industrial and commercial uses that support employment and economic development opportunities.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, and the motion carries. Thank you. Up next on the agenda, the next public hearing is 2026-081 RZ Town PUB Conventional Rezoning.
Take a picture of I was glad to see Grandma walk out. And then you got some. Those are okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Lori Bryant, Planner 1. This evening, I will be presenting 2026-081RZ Town PUB Conventional Rezoning. This is the rezoning to request the rezoning of 3 individual town-owned properties from residential large lot and county AR to public facilities. Parcels 1 and 2 are located north of Jack Road. Parcel 3 is located at 151 Johnston Road. The properties total 143 acres, and all 3 properties currently are wooded and or vacant. This rezoning request was noticed, and these are the locations of the signs that were posted on July the 9th ahead of this meeting. Property owners within 300 feet were noticed by mail. The rezoning requests were also listed on the town's website, and a legal notice has also been published for this public meeting. Here are maps showing the current and proposed zoning from residential large lot and county designation agricultural residential to public facilities. Parcel 1 is 108 acres, and parcel 2 is 33 acres. This map shows the current and proposed zoning for parcel 3, which is 0.88 acres. is proposed to be rezoned from residential large lot to public facilities. I will make note that this request is for zoning only. Parcel 3 is intended to be incorporated with the future Southwest Public Safety Center. However, currently there is no active development for parcels 1 and 2. Any future development requests for parcels 1 and 2 will most likely come in with a site plan and CDs, construction drawings. Those applications would be approved at the staff level. However, citizens are encouraged to review our town's development map for any current projects, and they are welcome to reach out to staff with any questions and concerns. So parcel 1 is currently designated agriculture and rural residential on the future land use map. So the public facilities zoning is not consistent. However, the request to rezone is supportive of the overall comprehensive growth plan for allowing the expansion of town services. So staff does recommend adding a neighborhood center overlay. Parcel 2 was recently annexed into the town, and that became effective on June 30th of this year. So parcel 2, you will see here, has no color designation because there's no zoning designation on the future land use map. Staff also recommends a designation of agricultural and residential, rural residential, excuse me, with the neighborhood center overlay. For parcel 3, the rezoning request is consistent with the future land use map, which designates this as medium density residential with a neighborhood center overlay, and that will allow uses for institutional and government use. This request was heard at the June 22nd, 2026 Planning Board meeting where the board approved the motions that you see here. If the request is approved, the future land use map will be amended for parcels 1 and 2, and we are recommending a future designation of agricultural and residential, rural residential with the neighborhood center overlay. As detailed in your agenda packets, here are a list of motions that the town council may act on. Our staff does recommend 2 separate motions, and for parcels 1 and 2, we are recommending the motion that you see highlighted here in blue, and for parcel 3, we are recommending the motion that you see highlighted here in red. And are there any questions for the staff?
Ms. Archer.
Thank you so much for that presentation. At the planning board meeting, there were some folks who showed up in the audience who had not had a neighborhood meeting, and then a discussion continued about that it had been decided that since this was like a town rezoning, that there was a provision in our code that would allow for that to be done without a neighborhood meeting. And I looked at that part of our code and I understand perhaps the confusion. However, back when I was on the steering committee for the new UDO, I believe the steering committee's intention for that particular ordinance was that when there was a kind of town-wide rezoning, say an update to a zoning category that was then going to be applied to town-wide to everything in that category. So in any case, I'm wondering here, and this may require some interpretation from our attorney, what are our options here to put this on hold, perhaps, to allow for a neighborhood meeting? I think that the town should have to abide by its own rules in this case. And so if that's an option, I'd like to explore that.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to defer that question to our assistant planning director.
Yes, so the UDO does allow the council to request a neighborhood meeting, second neighborhood meeting, or an initial one in this case. So that is an option to continue the item to a future date. And in regard to the neighborhood meeting itself, the UDO does not define townwide specifically. So it was the interpretation of the planning director that this did not, or was not subject to the neighborhood meeting requirements. That said, we have talked about it internally and identified it for a future text amendment to be clearer and to make sure that we are holding the town to the same standards.
Okay, thank you for that. So in that case, is that something we would just reach consensus about, or would we make a motion as a group, or does anyone else want to comment on this topic?
Total agreement with this. I think there may be two issues. There's one, what to do with this particular application. And then the second one is whether you want a text amendment to require.
Can we continue it?
You can certainly continue this to a date certain, allow enough time to have a neighborhood meeting, and then have it come back. If you continue it to a date certain, it wouldn't require re-advertisement.
I would say as a practical matter from the town's perspective, we are not in any sort of immediate timeline. This is more, we purchased these properties. We were trying to get them pulled into our plans overall. So a delay doesn't slow down any of our projects in the immediate. So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I would recommend the second council meeting in August. That should give staff enough time to do the required noticing, which is at least 10 days before the neighborhood meeting. So that way we're not rushed and we can hopefully do a little bit longer of a notice period.
Okay, so that would be a continuance of this agenda item to the second meeting in August. Would that be the motion?
Yes, I think the procedural question is, do you want to open the public hearing? There may be some people here who want to be heard, and then continue it, or do you want to continue it without opening it tonight?
I'll just state my opinion for the record. It seems like there are people here and they've already committed their time. So if they would like to offer comment, if we want to open the hearing and honor that, that would be great. Happy to hear other comments.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this topic, please step forward and state your name for the record.
Howdy, y'all. Richard Boyard. I reside at 3047 Jack Road, across the street of track number 2. Also live in Apex. Our family dates back to 1779, bicentennial farm family, Sons of the American Revolution, so forth and so on. We did get a public notice letter of this hearing. I don't know if other people express concerns or not, but I'm not privy to that. We're very much in favor of this proposal and support it 100%.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Jeremy Tyndall, 1204 Corbett Road. I know for the parcel number, if you'll put the parcels back up, is that number 1? I'm in favor for, if you guys have never walked those woods, it makes Clemens look terrible. There's streams, there's fern growth, to make that into a park of some sort, walking trails, something of that matter, you would bring more community into that area because there's more homes being built in that area. We got plenty of ball fields. We got plenty of empty lots of farms that people are building neighborhoods. We really would utilize that land for its beauty versus trying to develop it into something that we don't need. We got other places for it, but do yourselves a favor. Y'all own it. Go walk it. Go look at it. Knock on my door. I'll walk you all through there. Wildlife's incredible. And I think the utilization for the town, for the rest of the citizens to be able to see how beautiful that land is, then it would be much more utilized as a cherished piece of Clayton. Yep. And we don't really have anything on that side of Clayton. So, thanks.
Awesome.
Me? You. Oh, got it.
Good evening, David Williams, 43 South Tudos, which is, I guess, Lot 1, Parcel 1. We back up to that. It's my understanding y'all are going to do a neighborhood meeting on this, or you're going to try and get one in. If you do that, I'm wondering, 1, how would we be notified? Number 2, only people who are adjacent to this parcel one are getting notifications, whereas the neighborhood is more. There, our community's got about 20 houses, 15, 20 houses in it, but only the ones along the stretch back up to it get notified. So I don't know if y'all can expand your notifications for a neighborhood meeting to that whole community rather than just, is that possible?
Go ahead.
The planning department can correct me if I'm wrong, but those notification requirements are based on state statute. Is that correct? The distance?
Yes, and the UDO as well, and it is a 300-foot requirement. So it's 300 feet from the property is how it's measured.
Yeah, but the neighborhoods that are affected could be larger than just the ones that are in that little zone there. Just to let you know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just for clarity on that, we were obligated to notify the folks within 300 feet. That doesn't mean that if somebody from the neighborhood outside of that through word of mouth or otherwise, we're not turning anybody away at the neighborhood meeting. So if you want to let your neighbors know that they're welcome as well.
Hi.
Yes.
My name's Rachel Neckel. I live at 221 Essex Lane. So they're at the one end of parcel one and we're at the other end of parcel one. And if they do want to put a park in, we're all for that. But if they want to do anything else, I'm really not up for it. I don't know what your guys' plans are, but I do agree a park would be lovely. It is beautiful back there. We have deer and, as a matter of fact, we've been to Clemens and we come home. I have more wildlife in my backyard than there is at Clemens. And so, pretty much anything you can think of. But yeah, if they want to destroy it, it'll be very sad. So,
I don't think that's the goal at all.
Okay,
And for sure, as long as Jody McLeod is mayor, it will be slated for a park.
okay, well then,
And the topography, the creeks, my brothers live on Jack Road, close proximity to this property, and it's beautiful back there.
Yeah.
And we are extremely fortunate as a town to have the right people come together that help make this possible for us.
Okay.
So
well then,
you can help dispel any myth that more houses or something's going to get developed.
oh, good.
'Cause
That makes me sleep.
that ain't the case.
Thank you.
Mayor, I was just going to recommend for some of the folks, the work session that we had earlier today, our consultant with our master plan, our Parks and Rec master plan actually had evaluated several of the sites, including these. I think for the neighbors, it would be probably good to look at that. She was proposing essentially what you were talking about, a bunch of nature trails and basically trying to keep it as natural area as we can. That was, I believe, the original intent when we land banked this as a council here for the town to be able to create preserve the natural open space as much as possible for the future. So that, I believe, is still the plan. But again, there's sketches, so they're very high level concepts in what she showed earlier today. But just today, the council was able to see that.
Floyd Neckel of Essex Lane, on the other end there. The question would be traffic. How would those roads, are they going to stay closed? We were told about this 33 years ago when I moved in, that could open. So I'm just curious how Essex Lane would open or Corbett. Like, how's that going to work out? That's the main thing. Thank you.
So one of the objectives with purchasing the parcel 2 to be, with frontage on Jack Road was that if we needed to have a road connecting Corbett Road out to Jack Road, that would be possible. But again, the intent was essentially to be able to create that connectivity, both from an emergency response perspective as well as access to a future use on the property. But that is a high level dash line on a map kind of thing, just showing Corbett Road coming down and getting out to Jack Road through parcel 2. Again, very high level concepts, but that would be the intent.
Good evening. Jason Meadows, 1285 Corbett Road. So I'm the last lot, probably left in that subdivision, but directly adjacent to parcel 1 on the north side. I was always taught growing up that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And Ms. Archer, I appreciate your foresight here. I think an oversight by the planning department was heading toward a legal issue should this move forward tonight. In no way, shape, or form does town-wide mean 3 parcels that are owned by the town of Clayton. So I appreciate the opportunity to have a neighborhood meeting, just like every other neighborhood does, with every privately led rezoning. So I appreciate that. Just like every case that came before you guys this evening, there are conditions attached. So Mr. McLeod, I would urge you, the town, to put your money where your mouth is and condition this to be a park. I think that's certainly on the table. You know, major utilities are one of the things listed under pub designation. That could be a wastewater treatment plant. I don't think you guys have ever let anybody get away with not conditioning things away. We just saw the last case, you know, change at the table to remove some indoor and outdoor storage, which probably didn't make sense. And I think that was a good move. So all I would ask is just an equal opportunity to have some conditions attached to this case to give us a little better certainty. We know you're going to go, you know, this is a town-owned property already. We know you're going to do what you want to do. I understand that. I'm in the business. This is what I do as well. But a little bit more clarity and a little bit more certainty and a little bit more process out of respect to the neighbors, I think is granted here. So we look forward to the neighborhood meeting, and I look forward to any other conditions that you guys could attach to this that really hones it down, because right now you could build a sewage plant there. That's not what we want to live next to. So thank you.
Well, we don't want to have to do another one either, because the current one's at about 280 million, so. But your point is well taken. Yes, sir.
Michelle Riles. I live at 1099 Meadowlark, my husband and I, that good-looking bald guy right there. I guess the main concern that we had really was the cut-through, because last time we had the last hearing, you guys mentioned cutting from Corbett to Jack, and we all know that everybody is anxious to get to what's now called Veterans Parkway, and they do that through Amelia Church, which is right there, and I fear that that will be the other cut through, and I wasn't sure if you had plans to do that, and if you did, I mean, there are some pretty sharp curves there, so immediately we were like, well, they're going to straighten this out and take this land, so I don't know what the plans are there, but I would, if it is going to be a park, that would be amazing, because last time we heard that it could be anything, and even tonight, I thought you guys said it was designated for a neighborhood, I can't remember the other word, but basically a bunch of stores. I must have heard that wrong. I'm glad I did. Okay, and thank you for the neighborhood thing. I will mention though, if you look at where parcel 1, and we literally live like where that second yellow star to the right is, but there's nobody 300 feet in that perimeter, because we have ordinances, we have 5 acres. And you have to have 5 acres to build there. So the only way we knew about it was a little sign at the end of the dead end road, which brought us there 31 years ago. I don't know, I know that's a state ordinance thing, but if there's any way to give flyers to that Meadowlark, not Meadowlark, but Corbett Road, I mean, because it basically dead ends and there's nobody 300 feet all the way around. Parcel 2 is probably different because obviously you got Jack Road and so forth there, but in our area, nobody's going to get any notices. But I do appreciate the neighborhood meeting. That's amazing. So, and in that, another question, when we have these neighborhood meetings, do you think you would have the plans decided at that point? If not, when they're decided, yes, it's a park, no, it's not a park, will we have an opportunity to hear about that? I don't like the idea of fishing on the web. I'll never see it. So I'm wondering if that's an option. When the final decisions are made, if this is what we're going to do, is there a way for us to be notified so we can at least hear about it? And please.
I mean, I would think there would be, but.
Yeah, so a couple of things there. So certainly at the neighborhood meeting, anything that's already been made publicly available, we would make available up to and including, like I said, the map that was, or the concept plan that was shown this morning or this afternoon. Sorry, it feels like it was already morning. So we would definitely have copies of that to help talk through, particularly on these 2 parcels, kind of whatever uses or whatever that were proposed in that, which frankly was pretty much passive open space. In terms of the noticing of a broader area, again, we're legally obligated to do the 300 feet. I'll defer to council if they want us to add in, I'm sorry, what was the name of the street you were asking about?
It's for Corbett. I mean, the 300 feet is great if you're in the city, but we have 5-acre increments, so nobody gets those, so.
Okay. Yeah.
If it's an option to do it on Corbett, that would be really great. That's the only road that goes to a dead end, so. And then,
Put the notice on the bridge, everybody there.
yeah. But yeah, and yeah, if there's a way for us to be notified somehow, some way, if the plans change, which we know they do. I don't know how that would happen, but it would be nice. Not going to happen.
It ain't gonna happen, girl. It's gonna be a park. It's gonna stay natural land.
Write that down.
It's beautiful through there. It is at the end of Corbett Road. Nobody lives down there. It's, yeah.
Richard again.
Yes, sir.
A lot of folks don't know who I am. We sold this land to the town of Clayton.
Correct.
And we are very pleased with its plans to go forward. I believe some of it's covered in our master plan, your different committees on transportation, parks. So I commend the town council and the mayor for having the foresight to do smart planning. And we know to bring good business, way of life is to have good parks. I grew up on that road. It was Route 2, Box 274, a dirt road. In my day, I would never imagine a park being located on property that was shared by Weyerhaeuser and my family. My mom was very much involved in the Senior Olympics. Land means a lot. Being a bicentennial farm family with roots in Clayton, I don't think you can get any more country than yours truly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And just so the council is aware, we can notice for the neighborhood meeting a wider range. So I've made note of that and we'll make sure that the letters go out.
I think that would be great. Thank y'all. All right. So do we want to continue this or?
Continue to allow, to August 17 to allow time for a neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
Comments now since they're good.
We just said what Jim said. And second,
Yes.
I don't get to make them.
can I say that I'll make a motion to exactly what you said?
To-
Make that motion.
Well, I don't know, did it get picked up on the speaker?
I don't have a, oh, that's right.
I make the motion to be worded as our attorney stated it.
To continue this public hearing till August 17th to allow time for a neighborhood meeting.
Perfect.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Yeah, you can say anything you want to.
I mean, well, okay.
Right. Yeah. All right. I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. So we'll resume in 10 minutes.
You get what I'm saying? You get me
Yeah.
up.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order. Next on the agenda under new business is the agreement with NCDOT for locally administered project program funding for East Clayton Connector Greenway Project EB-6016.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Town Council, and Town Manager. I have two agenda items this evening that are closely related. If it's acceptable to council, I'd like to present them together and then ask for separate action on each item.
Then I would like to also say that we will combine this along with the agreement with NCDOT for locally administered project program funding for Mountain to Sea Trail Project EB-6017. Now we can go.
Thank you. Tonight, I am requesting authorization for the town manager to execute locally administered project agreements with the North Carolina Department of Transportation for two federally funded greenway projects, EB-6016 East Clayton Connector Greenway and EB-6017 Mountains to Sea Trail. These projects were originally submitted by the town through the Campo Strategic Prioritization process in 2017 and were subsequently selected for funding through NCDOT's Strategic Transportation Investments Program. Together, these projects will construct approximately 1.6 miles of 10-foot wide shared use path along the south side of NC 42, improving pedestrian and bicycle safety while expanding connectivity within the town's growing greenway network. To briefly orient the council to the project limits, exhibits were included in your agenda packet. The East Clayton Connector Greenway extends from East Front Street to Glen Laurel Road. The Mountains to Sea Trail project continues from Fox Ridge Road to the Neuse River Bridge, connecting with an existing section of Greenway between Glen Laurel Road and Fox Ridge Road. Together, these projects create a continuous corridor along NC 42 and provide the opportunity to extend the town's Greenway network to the Mountains to Sea Trail at Sam's Branch. The LAP agreement is a standard agreement required by NCDOT for federally funded transportation projects. It designates the town as the local public agency responsible for administering the projects while allowing the town to receive reimbursement for eligible project costs. This agreement applies to all phases of the projects, including design, environmental documentation, right-of-way acquisition, utility coordination, and construction. It is important to note that approval of these agreements does not authorize construction or commit additional project expenditures beyond those already approved by council. Rather, it establishes the administrative framework necessary for the town to move forward with engineering and design and to maintain eligibility for federal reimbursement. The total program funding for the two projects is approximately $9.67 million, including approximately $7.74 million in federal funding, with the remaining $1.93 million provided as the required town match. Tonight, I respectfully request council, one, authorize the town manager or designee to execute the locally administered project agreements with NCDOT for projects EB-6017 and EB-6016, and two, adopt the accompanying resolutions authorizing execution of those agreements. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Questions or comments for staff? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I can make a motion. Thank you. Hopefully I can get this one correct. Can we combine these into one motion since they were presented together, or separate motions? Okay. So the first motion would be approval to authorize the town manager to execute the contract and agreement for resolution 2026-47. Or should that say project EB-6016? Thank you. So I make a motion to authorize the town manager to execute approval of the contract or agreement for project EB-6016.
We have a motion and a second for the approval and of project EB-6016 and the adoption of the resolution 2026-47 and an approval to the contract agreement.
Sounds right.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Next motion. Approval to authorize the town manager to execute the contract agreement for project EB-6017, as well as adoption of Resolution 2026-48.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll now open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak, please step forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening once again, members of the council. I actually don't have much of a comment. I have a question. I just heard that there's a proposed greenway going from Glen Laurel Road someplace. Does anybody know where it's going? And when it's proposed to be accomplished? Anybody? We just voted to approve.
So the project, and I don't know, Nathaniel, if you're able to bring up the map from the two exhibits off the agenda for EB 6016 and 6017, they're two separate documents attached to in the agenda packet, if you don't mind. So, and actually I was going to just mention in my manager comments in a minute, but thank you, Mr. Scarpa, for bringing these up. So these are projects that were intended to help connect our overall greenway network and create a connection basically down 42 to the river. And there's another project that would then connect the river back up to where our Sam's Branch Greenway Trail currently is. As you can note, as was noted in Tucker's presentation there, I mean, these were projects that were ideas back in 2017 that here we are a decade later that they're finally getting to the top of the list. And so that's kind of indicative of how long it takes in the planning and perseverance it takes to be able to get some of these things done. But essentially this will create straight down the 42 corridor all the way down to the Neuse River and then connect back through the River Muse subdivision back over to Sam's Branch is another connection that we're looking at.
Look, I don't want to take up your time unnecessarily. Does it go along Vincent Road or does it go?
It stays on the 42 corridor.
Stays right on 42? Okay.
So
I'm looking forward to it.
So there's the first one there. You can see from Fire Station 2 heading down towards the river, towards Glen Laurel Road, if you see the map there.
Oh, great. All right, well, thank you so much for answering the question. There's one last thing before I sit down. Earlier this evening, you heard some harsh words from me. I hope you don't think they were too harsh. The thing is that I was trying to make the point at the beginning that Tip O'Neill, who was a very staunch, very powerful Democrat in the House, he was the leader of the Democratic Party at that time, and Ronald Reagan, who was a staunch conservative, were politically opposed to each other, but they remained good friends right to the end. So friends can disagree as long as we don't disagree disagreeably. So I just want you to know I was not happy with your decision tonight, but I still like every one of you personally. So thank you very much for putting up with me from time to time. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Mike Patterson, live on 215 Vincent Ridge Lane. I'm just bringing up the issue again of the flock cameras that I brought up last time. Even in just this very last week, there have been already other major issues, but smaller ones that I'll just bring up real quick, that in Albany, Georgia, that there were 5 police officers that were fired and then promptly arrested for their misuse of these cameras in multiple different instances. On the news that I saw just a few days ago, the LAPD let their contract expire with flock safety cameras. They found that in an audit between August and September of 2025, that 161 vehicles were falsely flagged as stolen, in comparison to 337 vehicles that were positively. In total, this put it at a failure rate of 32.3%. Pretty much a third of vehicles were falsely being flagged as stolen. If this is something that leads to arrests, it can't have a margin of error for something that big. And I would be concerned for even the police here I wouldn't want anything for them to be in legal trouble with that. But the biggest issue that I'm bringing up today of these cameras is that the new technology that they will be installing in all of these cameras is called Signal Trace. obvious name for that, it will be able to trace any and all signals that are coming from your vehicle. This would be Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, RFID. Do any of you guys have dogs? Do you have a chip in that dog? It will be able to track that as well. So anything that is coming from your vehicle will be put onto this profile of this data that is already being collected onto this vehicle, and it will be put into this database that they have. What they say is essentially only for about 30 days, but we can't really trust a company that already has a spotty security record with so much information like this already. Not to mention that this company is also a third-party, for-profit company. What's to prevent this company from being able to take this data and sell it to any company from any other country across the globe, whether it be China or Britain or anything like that? So just bringing up the issue again of these massive security issues that come with this company, the best thing that we can at least just get started on is just a full audit of what has been going on with these searches and who has possibly been making unauthorized searches on these cameras without anyone's knowledge even. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for hearing me today. My name is Dean Ellick, and my address is 117 Sir Barton Trace in Clayton. I have a couple of videos and a few short videos and a couple of photos to show what I just absolutely cannot describe, and I'm seeking your help. I'm not coming to you in an adversarial way at all for this council or for the people that I'm talking about, Pulte developers at Carolina Overlook. But what I want to show you is really important for you to see because I'm sure you have no idea what's going on. Everybody is doing what they're supposed to do, but unfortunately, we have unintended consequences that are enormous. And whatever was approved by this council in theory has become, and you did it on paper, with civil engineers, I'm sure, and others, but what's actually happening in reality is draconian. It's dysfunctional and it's dangerous. So I need to show you what's happening. And I believe Nathaniel Shelton has some videos to show you. The residents are stuck in the middle. We need your help. Pulte is doing everything that they're obligated to do, and the city is doing everything it's obligated to do, but the problems lie in between. All right, we'll start with the photos. This first photo is a picture of silt that's happening and runoff from construction. So Pulte is under a construction permit right now. This second photo is the water runoff. This water has filled the drainage, storm drains, according to your environmentalists. It's dumping into the river. The turtles, the animals are coming up. They have no way to get to their food. There's no grass growing under the ponds and the lakes. They're suffocating and suffering and starving, and this is what's going into our lakes, our ponds, and the Neuse River. This is runoff. Again, this is the day after. This is what we deal with. That wall behind is a 25-foot wall, and above the wall used to be a forested area. They have used that to dump their landfill. And the next photo. That's okay, then we have videos. These were taken by residents during the storm. Okay, sorry.
And just for clarification, when you say these photographs and videos were made after the storm, are you talking about our most frequent one on Sunday
every storm, not just Sunday. I have 4 inches of mud in my driveway every time it rains. I have to drive through. People walk through that. It's dangerous for humans. It's dangerous for the animals. It's bad for the ponds and the lakes and the streams. That wall that you saw, there's 8 waterfalls on that wall coming over. 8 waterfalls, 25 feet, thousands of pounds of silt dumping into the storm drains. This is a swale. It was dangerous for us to get out of Carolina Overlook today to come here. There's the waterfalls.
Can you turn your microphone on? Thank you.
Yes, I can. I want to see that wall shot.
It looks like Niagara Falls.
It would be a tourist attraction if it was anywhere else.
Now it's expanding beyond the swale, rising up. And you can see now the water from the hill is starting to gather at the bottom, and it's pooling. And since those drains are blocked, it's starting to pool here.
Unfortunately, she's taking the shot through her screen, but you'll see clearer.
See, there's water coming off the wall because that wall is orange, right there. See, now we have waterfalls coming over the wall, washing into the yard as well. This is a very poor drainage system.
So the civil engineering.
Every lot or every 2 lots are supposed to handle their own. This is not working.
Eight waterfalls, 25 foot.
Water every time it rains, or just
every time it rains. I don't care if we're talking about a 1/4 of an inch or 3 inches. This is the unintended consequences of the building permits. Pulte has a permit, a construction permit, so they don't have to do certain things for the environment until the construction's done. Now, my house is at the bottom of Sir Barton Trace. Between my house and the next street up, there's 12 empty lots. I have silt that's coming down 12 empty lots that aren't even for sale yet. So there's no way that they're going to even be built for a year. So I'm looking at 12 empty lots that have fill dirt piled that's turning into literally Grand Canyon. And it's coming down, and Pulte is doing everything that they're supposed to do. Now, your environmentalists have come out, they come out every time we call, but there's nothing more that they can do. And Pulte is doing what they're told to do, but we're stuck in the middle with all of these consequences, unintended consequences. My suggestion is that Pulte be required to meet with your environmentalists, not Yardney. Yardney came out and said, oh, we'll just make this grass grow. And that's not what we need. We don't care about the grass growing. We need the swales to work. We need the sewers to be cleaned, the storm drains to be cleaned. We need sediment pumped and dredged out of those ponds so that the turtles and the other animals can live. We need that water to stop dumping into the streams and the lakes and the Neuse River. We need your help to enact something in between the construction permit and the completed construction, because we're stuck in the middle and the environment is literally being destroyed during this time. Now, on the other side of Covered Bridge, there's a whole new development that hasn't even started yet. I think they sold the first home. So that's going to be 3 more years of silt, 3 more years of, dead turtles, 3 more years of this dumping into the Neuse River. We need your help. Pulte, if they don't do what they're told, then your environmental department files a complaint with the state. And if there's enough complaints filed with the state, then the state could say to Pulte, you know what, we're not going to give you any more construction development permits. But so far, that's not happening. The state's not doing anything. Nobody's doing anything. We need your help.
Sure.
Thank you so much for taking the time to put that together and come here and speak. Could I summarize for you the 5 main points that I picked up on, and you can correct me if I'm wrong?
Yes, please.
Obviously, excessive silt in the runoff, orange-colored runoff. The storm drain is filled with silt?
Filled. That's according to your environmental department.
Okay.
They have ordered them to clean the silt by the 22nd, which is Wednesday. They haven't started.
Okay. Water falls over the 25-foot wall every time it rains.
And I have a friend who is a civil engineer for the state of Pennsylvania, and his comment was, I would suspect very soon that those houses will have to be evacuated.
Okay. Did you say 4 inches of mud in the driveway?
In my driveway.
Okay. And is that mud accumulating on sidewalks as well? Or is it just in driveways?
Yes, it is, yeah. My driveway, the sidewalk, the streets. They've been ordered to clean the streets after every rainfall, but they come out with a street sweeper. And they water down the mud, making more mud, but it's not picking anything up. It's just churning it.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned at the top of the wall that they were dumping or something where they're...
Supposedly, the runoff is coming from houses up above the wall. There are no houses up above the wall. That runoff actually is also dumping all over City Street or Road. So City is we drove by there today and we had difficulty getting through because of the runoff and the mud and the water.
Okay, so at the top of that wall, when you mentioned dumping, there's kind of just a question, maybe what's going on the top of that wall.
I'm not going up there.
Thank you. And then have you observed any dead wildlife yet at this point in time?
I've observed no wildlife. Okay. None. I've had 1 bird since April 1st at my feeder.
You were mentioning the turtles and that kind of thing.
Oh, I've had turtles come up in the yard.
Okay. But you haven't seen anything die that you've...
I have not seen any, no.
Okay.
Well, the turtles, we water them, we hose them because they're suffering.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for answering those questions. I just wanted to get those all on the record so that we can look into this and see what can and can't be done. I don't think I have an answer for you. I don't know if staff has an answer for you at this time, but at least we've gotten it all recorded, kind of the facts here and the videos, so thank you.
Your environmental department has been amazing. They are just incredible. They're doing everything that they're allowed to do. And Pulte is doing, I guess, it's a business. and it's only going to do what it has to do. And if it doesn't have to do anything, it's not going to. So they send out, like, next to my property, there's one silt fence to hold back a hillside of fill, of dirt. It's not, there's no grass on it, there's nothing planted on it, it's just dirt. And I have a silt fence that's bulging, it's just bulging. And they sent out Yardneek, and Yardneek doesn't know what to do. And the civil engineer that planned all this, I don't think they know what they're doing. Somebody needs to be accountable. Thank you for your time.
Are you leaving the videos and the pictures and the films with us, with Nathaniel? Okay, perfect.
Good.
Mayor, if I can, ma'am, if you'll make sure you get Jonathan's card, it's our engineering director. Actually, our environmental team does report to Jonathan, but I know he's had a lot of conversations too with the developer. The engineer, the water coming over to the wall, that's a serious concern and for a lot of reasons. I will say some of the storm events that we've had here as of late have been at an intensity that is beyond what our normal design criteria would be. However, if you're seeing it on every single rain event, then that's obviously concerning.
This is an El Nino year. We have less rainfall this year than we're going to have next year. Next year is going to be really bad. Compared to this, we're going to have fewer hurricanes this year, less rain. So what we're having this year is pretty good.
If you can get with Jonathan and his team again, we'll see what we can have some conversations and be able to kind of go back and re-review all the calculations from the engineers and make sure everything that was installed in the field is accurate and correct for what was approved originally. The rules are pretty, I won't say lenient's not the correct word, but they are very definitive in terms of giving them an opportunity to correct the measures. They're responsive to the corrective measures are responsive to essentially the site conditions and what's going on in the field. So I'm sure our staff has had those conversations about looking at opportunities to have double rows of silt fence or other measures that are put in place. They're performance-based. That's the word I was looking for. Sorry. But ultimately, as that build out does occur, obviously the bare soil right now is making the issue even worse. So as they do build the homes or at least grass the areas that they're required to, the silt in the water as well as the amount of water should subside. But again, we'll make sure that we go back and double check and triple check everything with them and have a conversation.
Again, I don't think Pulte is doing anything illegal. I think that there's a gap. There's a huge gap and enormous unintended consequences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Steve Anderson, 501 Steeplechase Boulevard. I was going to talk on another issue, which I'll save for next time, but I didn't want this lady to feel like she was here alone, because I'm in Carolina Overlook as well. What you couldn't really see in that second photo of the stream of brown water coming down was a garbage can floating down the street. All of that water is going directly into the lake. And so you're correct in that it's a construction zone in phase 2 of Carolina Overlook. But I disagree that this is intensity that's so abnormal to cause this kind of issue. We could get several times worse this during a hurricane and other intense storms.
Yeah.
Besides the water going into the Neuse and the lake, there's issues with the same thing in those retaining walls with silt and mud coming up into the pedestrian trails. I've requested the designs of all of the retaining walls in phase 2. And you see, in my understanding, I'm not a civil engineer, but when water's coming over the walls, and this is happening even in places where there's already homes, that water is gathering behind those walls, and that's a great concern. And I think we need a review of those retaining walls before other worse things happen. Of course, she mentioned Caroline Overlook North on the other side of the road. Concerned about, because that's providing also silt loading through the stream down to the lake as well. So it's not just one issue. Long-term, I'm concerned about the liability that as Pulte gives these areas over to the HOA to use, and then the HOA gets transferred to the residents. If we don't get this taken care of now, and, you know, it may take more than just having them do some remediation locally. They tried, this happened last week. They had a storm and it silted up. They had people, you know, shoveling up the mud already. We had a second storm and it's back. So there's much more remediation that needs to get done. And I suspect that the amount of silt loading that we're seeing is greater than even what should be allowed in a construction zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, no one else, then I will jump right down to staff reports, beginning with the town manager.
A couple of things to highlight this evening. One, I was going to mention about the STIP projects. I do want to clarify one of these, the two STIP projects that were on that you all voted to approve here just a few minutes ago. That effectively gets the greenway down the 42 corridor, essentially to the bridge at 42. If you recall the project River Muse that was approved several years ago at the river, we've got a plan to then take a greenway that would connect from there back up over. We're working with the Caterpillar folks to try to establish an alignment that works through the rear of their property to then connect essentially the 42 bridge back over to Sam's Branch. So you'll have a nice big loop of a greenway that can be done. And I just wanted to highlight those projects were submitted to the STIP in 2017, and here we are in 2026, and they're finally rising to the top of the list. So there's a lot of planning and a lot of long range vision that has to go into those things. So thank the people that submitted them 10 years ago or so. Now we'll move forward and get them on the ground. Probably it's about 4 to 5 years that they'll be fully open once we go through all the design and permitting process. So just wanted to kind of highlight the breadth of time that it takes to be able to deliver some of these major improvements. A couple other things since we met, because it feels like it's been a long time since June, the June meeting. Want to say that the fireworks event on July 3rd was a very big success. It got a lot of positive comments. Want to thank all the staff from Parks and Rec, PD, Communications, Downtown, everybody that put in a lot of time to make sure. It was a new venue this year for us, so obviously we had to try out some new plans, but luckily everything went well. Fire department as well. Sorry, can't forget those folks. Mentioned earlier in the work session, Legend Park Greenway Trailhead is now open as of today, so that was a big milestone for us to get that back open. There's still some work that needs to be done on Legend Park property proper, but that'll be wrapping up hopefully. Well, now that we've gotten some rain, hopefully the grass is established and that'll be released here soon to us. Wanted to highlight June 6th, we had our soft launch of the Clarity product for our development services group. Permits, you can go to Permit Clayton and see all the opportunities to now utilize that system. First week was really just allowing people to set up their accounts, but as of July 13th, we are live with permits being submitted, and so we're already starting to see the benefits of it. Do want to just highlight again that we're working through it. It's a new implementation and new launch, so we will find bugs here and there that we do need to correct, and certainly open to any recommendations for enhancements to the program as we're going, because it is customizable. So looking forward to any of that feedback. I was going to note just recently about some of the storm events that we've had that have been at a pretty severe intensity. So we are seeing a lot of the erosion control measures around town at various construction sites being overwhelmed because they're not typically designed for that amount of rain in that short period of time. We are working with those developers to get those areas cleaned up, but we have had basically 3 storm events in a very short period of time that all kind of exceed or challenge the design parameters of those different erosion control measures. And that is it for me for this night. Thank you.
Town attorney,
No report.
town clerk,
No report.
other staff?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Todd Melton, Budget Manager. This is our quarterly update from the Budget Office. This would cover the last 3 months of the fiscal year 26, April through June. Just some things that we have been working on. Obviously, budget development, budget adoption was the big one for us. Had a few more community education partners meetings, which Lydia is going to tell you a little bit more about in just a second. Updated some performance data. A couple other things here I'll just kind of bounce through real quick. I just wanted to point this out from the budget development, from the budget webpage. You can go and click budget engagement. Come here to this page that you see on the screen. You'll see a budget timeline there with the little arrow beside each of those dates. You can expand those dates and see the attachments and files that were used in that milestone within the budget development. So, for instance, May 13th, when the manager's recommended budget was sent to you folks on council and made public, you can click that arrow on May 13th and see the files that were included in there. I know we're late. I have a link there that I could go and cruise around the web page, but in the interest of keeping things moving, I'll just tell you about it. So just go to the budget webpage from the Town of Clayton website, click budget engagement, and you'll come here to this, and you can see all sorts of information that's been provided along the way. Budget reports, pay scales, all those things. Just a quick note on the community education partners. We covered 3 really good subjects over the last 3 months. Like I said, Lydia is going to have more details about that, but we had a really good CIP meeting where we gave our partners, took them through an exercise of scoring capital projects and sort of ranking them and that sort of thing. The much more scaled down version of what you all do on council and staff does. May 26th, we had a panel that included the water resources director, electric director. Rich was there. Our utility analyst, Richard, was there. We had a panel that we just allowed them to fire all the questions that they want to on those 2 topics. So really, really good discussion. We found that an hour and a half is not nearly long enough because this group has been so engaged that we could go 3 hours easily with them. June 3rd, we kind of wrapped up. Talked about the adopted budget. Don't want to step on Lydia's toes here. Performance data, this is updated. I made sure it was updated before I came tonight. We have these 5 departments. Again, we are expanding them at the moment. We're talking with our operations team, water sewer, electric, the meter readers and locate techs. We're going to get some data from them. Cemeteries, solid waste. We're building some really good performance data buttons to include on this page, and that hopefully our intern Rihanna, who was here earlier, is helping us expand that this summer. And hopefully after that, we'll move on to community development, and we'll have most of the town represented on this performance data page here. Yeah, I skipped ahead there. Expanding currently with all the operations departments, and then after that, we're going to move to planning, engineering, inspections, and those folks. We are developing a couple of surveys that we're going to send out to gather some requests, some subjects and subjects of interest on improving our budget process. We feel like we made some pretty good strides this year, but there's always room for improvement. So we're getting ready to make some policy changes as far as budget development goes. We're updating the budget calendar. We're meeting with Dolores tomorrow to start that process. The budget calendar usually runs, it'll run fall of this year all the way through adoption of next year. So we're getting ready to update that again. And working on work session opportunities for us to bring to you folks in the more expanded work sessions that we have in the spring. Working on some really deeper dives into some subject matter, into some subjects that you've expressed interest in learning more about. So that'll be coming up. In the immediate future, we're working on the budget book right now. We're going to have that finished and submitted by the middle of September. Next year, we're hoping to have the budget book completed closer to the time that we actually adopt, now that I have a little bit more help in the budget office. Implementing process improvements and, again, expanding that performance data initiative to the community development departments and further out. Any questions for me?
Questions or comments?
Sorry, I could have driven around on the website just to show everyone, but I know it's been a long meeting, so if there are any questions of that, any comments about if you want to get in there and drive around, it's really good, it's really updated. Budget dashboard, didn't talk about that, it's updated as well, including vacancies and all that information.
Awesome. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council. Lydia Davis, Communication and Marketing Specialist, giving you a mid-year update from our Community Education Partners Group. So I'm going to do a little bit of a kind of where we started, where we've been, where we're headed. The group's in a little bit of a transition as we switch over from summer to fall. But as a reminder, the mission of the Community Education Partners, we call it CEP, is to deepen public understanding of how the town functions. So that includes budget, services, emerging issues, and more, so that residents can engage confidently and help share accurate information throughout their community. So we have about a 15-member group that's been joining us each month since February. So Todd mentioned this briefly. I know y'all have gotten updates monthly since the group met, but just wanted to run through kind of, like I said, where we've been. So in February, we did a budget pre-assessment quiz without giving the group any information. We had them sit down. We said, we're going to spend the first few months talking about the budget process. What do you know? So we gave them a quiz. We did Budget 101, talked about the budget calendar, and then talked about the budget survey, which was going out shortly, and messaging tied to that, and getting feedback from them on our messaging to make sure the messaging we were using was resonating with our community. In the second meeting in March, we did a deep dive on the CIP and strategic plan, summary of some departmental requests, and then a balancing the budget activity. We've had kind of a fun activity for them at every meeting. So this one was about balancing the budget. In April, we met with them about the budget summary, talked a little bit more about the CIP in a little more depth, comprehensive list of fees, those type of tools. In May, we went over the manager's recommended budget with them, and as Todd mentioned, we did a panel discussion related to utility rates and our enterprise funds. And then in June, this most recent meeting, we went over the adopted budget with them, and then we did a post-assessment quiz with them now that they had spent 5 months learning about the budget process with us. And then we switched gears to talking about future topics of discussion. But before switching away from our topic of conversation related to budget, I just wanted to show kind of the grade distribution of the pre and post test. So for our 15-member committee, this was our pre-assessment results. We had majority of the group under the grade of 60. The highest score was an 80. At the post-assessment, much more of a better grade distribution here, with most people, 70 and above, with the highest score being 3 different people getting 90s. So they learned something along the way, which was great. So switching gears, we talked to the group in June about kind of their overall takeaways. As Todd mentioned, it's been a super engaged group. We've loved getting to chat with them for an hour and a half or 2 almost every month. They had overwhelmingly positive takeaways. They learned a lot. They've enjoyed it so far, and we're excited to meet with them again in the fall. So we're taking a little break for July and August. We'll circle back to them in September. And when we do that, we're going to have some new topics for discussion. And that's because although a major focus of this group did kind of revolve around the budget cycle for the beginning of the year, the mission of this group is going to extend year round. It's going to go beyond budget season. So we're going to have our members help workshop messaging, explore other major town initiatives, identify other opportunities where residents could benefit for additional education or clarity on certain topics. So again, the purpose of the task force is to empower a network of informed community ambassadors who can accurately share information, provide meaningful feedback, and start productive public engagement. Members will reconvene periodically throughout the rest of the year to focus on broader communication priorities or emerging issues impacting Clayton. And some of those topics that they mentioned to us in June that they would like to cover in the fall are things like future Clayton for You ideas, having more guest speakers. They really enjoyed the panel discussion we had with our operations team. Presentations from each of the advisory boards just to learn more about what each of them do. Conversations about our town events or town amenities. A conversation about our different communication channels. And then we just want to leave space open to know what questions they're hearing about in their neighborhoods or in their communities that we can cover and offer clarity on. So with that, we look forward to meeting with the group again in September. Y'all have any questions for me on CEP?
That's great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I'll jump on down to mayor and council comments. Mr. Casey.
I had two things, and now that the audience is bare. For the Caroline Overlook lady, I understand obviously there might be some, I wouldn't call it unusual because it's more, it seems like it's more often happening than now than it has been. But I mean, do we need to relook at our stormwater policies when it comes to new construction? Because I know, understandably, I have photos from back in 2022 when the first phase of Caroline Overlook had similar issues. There was no waterfall, but it was a pretty significant silt issue. And so these storms are not going to stop happening and are probably going to be more prevalent. So we've got a stormwater department that's beefed up now. So do we just need to reevaluate kind of our UDO or engineering policies on how that's managed?
Yeah, so from a land disturbance permit perspective, so that's a delegated program from the state. There are certain standard rules and requirements that we follow, part of their model program or model ordinance. We can certainly look at if there's any enhancements from that. I do remember some state legislation that may limit how far beyond we can go with regards to requiring anything above and beyond what the minimum state requirements are. So I think Jonathan's shaking his head. He's got similar recollection. So again, my head's not been, I've been close to this as much as I used to be, but we'll certainly look at what opportunities there are, if any. As I mentioned, the erosion control permits or land disturbance permits, they're performance-based. So as things like this occur, our staff go out there and in the field. At that point, we can require them to add additional measures to be able to control the water. Obviously, as they're going through construction, sometimes the phasing and sometimes how they're developing within those phases may create an issue by diverting more water in a direction than they originally planned. When those are observed, we can require them to go ahead and add measures or redistribute that. So I think that's probably our first step in the immediate with some of the issues that we're having. And again, the design storms that are typically, these measures are designed for are really for more of, I'll say, just a gradual rainfall over, an extended period of time. What we've had here as of late with getting 2, 3, 4 inches in a 30-minute period, those are very significant storms from an intensity perspective, beyond what those measures are typically required for. So in many cases, even with us, even with our treatment plant, when those large storms come, the state even typically, even though we may have overages or overflows, they understand that volume of water in that short of a period of time is just not what infrastructure is typically designed for. So that being said, we can absolutely look and see what the opportunities are to beef it up and work with our individual partners on these projects to get some additional measures put in place.
Okay, appreciate that. And it feels like they're, and not blaming the town, but it seems like overall maybe there's a reactionary process versus a proactive process, not only from probably just all municipalities, but there's also when we have these conditional rezonings and stuff, if there's ways or things that we can ask for that the applicant would be interested in offering up. I know in the past we've offered, double silt fences and stuff like that, things that are little small things that aren't, it's not too cost prohibitive to ask for. But anyway, thank you for that. And that's just my thoughts on that. Second comment I had, wish I would have said it earlier when we tabled this project off Jack Road. We had to make two different painful decisions. We had to make one painful decision tonight, and then we got to make an awesome decision about some land conservation. So, we don't put these things and make reactionary decisions. But one was painful. It was for the benefit of the community, at least for the citizens of Clayton. The other one is also, it's a good one, good story. It's land conservation. It's holding land for public parks. So we're not out there just as maliciously trying to do things that just aren't, the right thing to do. We try to make thoughtful decisions on what we're doing. So anyway, that's all.
Okay. Yeah, ladies first.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Casey, I agree with a lot of that. And then one further follow-up thought. I know that is a delegated DEQ program when it comes to stormwater, and you're very limited on what you can do at the municipal level. I wondered, as part of looking at it, if there used to be like a listserv or something among the municipalities where a staff member could pose a question. If that's possible, I don't want to distract from other duties or anything like that, but I would be really curious to hear what other municipalities have been able to implement successfully. I don't mean like rules on the books. I mean actually gotten people to do things. And, obviously, like Porter mentioned, we can request certain things, but it would be nice to know if there's some kind of way to survey other towns to see what have they implemented, what's actually working.
Anyone else?
So just really quickly, I do have a Teams chat with other directors of engineering around the area. So I'll pose the question to them and see what they've come up with.
Thank you. So for me, I'm kind of glad that lady left because I do care about turtles, but I care more about people and their investment. And when I see a 25-foot waterfall, that's the first time I've ever seen that in my entire life in Clayton, North Carolina. It worries me because that's somebody's investment at the bottom of that waterfall. And I'm no engineer, but that's some structural integrity waiting to happen right there. And, I'm an ECU graduate. I say that all the time, not to slam ECU, but, that's concerning to me. But primarily people's safety and their investment matters in a big way in Clayton, North Carolina. So I hope we can do whatever we need to do, whatever, because that's got to have some attention. I want to give a shout out to Downtown Restaurant Week. That was hugely successful in downtown Clayton. It was our first. It was tremendously successful. I enjoyed participating. I enjoyed seeing so many people that were participating. I will tell you, next time I will probably make a reservation so I don't have to eat outside in the heat, but it was a pleasant evening, and the cocktails made it even better. Second of all, talking about, making tough decisions, I have stated numerous times before that all of our prior council members who are up on this wall over here for, 30, 40 years worth of leadership have always made tough decisions. And this is not something that is uncommon to this town council. But tonight, I am proud, very proud of this council because you came together as a unified group. We are constantly reading on social media that municipalities need to make developers do more. They need to pay more. They need to have more skin in the game. They shouldn't just be able to come here and make a bunch of profit and leave. And tonight, we had a developer that came in that is going to pay for the road improvements, that is going to pay the millions to get the water and the sewer to their property. we learned tonight that we're at an 80-20 split when it comes to where the money's coming from, 80% residential, 20% commercial, industrial, business, and we got to flip that. And tonight was the first step and a substantial step in that direction, because we have set the pace for what the expectation is moving forward if you want to do industrial, heavy commercial development in Clayton, and you're going to have to bring your checkbook with you. It's not just going to be on the backs of the Town of Clayton citizens. And that's what you did tonight when you cast a vote for yes for that. And I'm very proud of y'all for doing that. And I don't mean any disrespect or disharm to any of those residents who were in proximity of where we were talking about tonight. But when it comes to worrying about your property, not holding its value, that's a little bit of a hard one for me, because we've all just gone through reevaluation, and we know that your property is evaluated based on how big it is, or the heated and cooled square footage of your house, and all of that. And it's not evaluated on whether there's an industrial site across the street. To your point earlier, on Rayner Road, that subdivision is called Camelot, and directly across the street is a ton of industrial, right? So I'm proud of the decision that you all made in moving Clayton forward tonight, and I appreciate that. Okay, anybody else? Okay, hearing from nobody else, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss economic development, purchase of real property, legal and personnel matter.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Please clear the room. call our regular meeting back to order. Is there any other business that needs to come before this council? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Good night.